Hello, hello, chat. Oh, I don't even have you open. There we go. Turn the lights on. Tech. Oh my. What the hell? That's way too bright. Today is really dark. So actually my lights weren't even that bright. It's everything else that is so dark. So it like auto lights me up. Today's such a calm day here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if everyone is like post Christmas calmness or what's going on, dude. It's crazy. Hello, everyone. I hope your holidays are going good. I am. It's crazy to say this, guys, but after fucking 2 months, I'm finally no longer sick. It's insane. Holy shit! I'm so happy. This is a Christmas miracle. Sorry, in the belly pain after all the food. Yeah, the thing is, like, people don't celebrate Christmas here, but not that much, at least, in Turkey. But today's surprisingly quiet, everything. Also, we have construction right next, like across the street here. It's like a very little street, you know. And they were noisy, breaking fucking boulders. That machine, I think, is it called a jackhammer? I don't know. But incredibly loud. And today they are not working. It's so nice, dude. It's so nice. It's so quiet. I'm loving it right now. Today's the best day. Okay. What do we start with, guys? I have some like random midnight react videos. We also had some stuff from last time actually that we didn't finish. There was the UI video from Mystical from the DBM boss moderator, boss author. Wait, boss mod author. And then also have some random stuff from today. Then we have Sauercrowd. I want to do like a... Oh, my camera's on. Oh, no, it's back. Okay. I don't know, maybe that was just me. No, wait. Am I lagging? Is my camera lagging? Start happening once I plug the USB. Yeah. Some sort of bug. Wait, I'll plug it again. I think it will fix. That's the first time that happened. Did my camera lagged for you guys as well, right? I would think so. Oh, wait. We can also turn off the Diablo message that will otherwise spam us every 5 minutes. Today, if you're not playing Diablo Immortal. Timers, Diablo. There we go. Oh, coffee as well. It was like, yeah, I think something happened when I plugged in the USB, some sort of USB breakage. Sauercrowd death clips. I might review some death clips as well, but what I want to do mainly with Sauercrowd is I want to understand the streaming part of it. Like, basically run a small analysis on the channels, so maybe like the top 20 channels or maybe top 10 in Sauercrowd. Check their viewership now in the last, I don't know, 2-3 days while playing World of Warcraft, and compare that to their viewership outside of that. Is there a is there a gain, or also maybe their followers per hour, I think, is tracked as well on Twitch Tracker. You know, might not be that interesting. Like, it's not as flashy as watching death clips, but it's important for my job and to understand how the community reacts to such events, and also maybe some other people, I think, find interest as well, like how streamers get viewership, and it doesn't take that long. Do we want to start with that? Watch game because bigger streamers are supposed to push and rate smaller streamer. What is our crowd? Schalfu, it's a German community of like streamers. Like, it's basically German OnlyFans. Start from the beginning. No, I didn't explain what it is. I assume people on Twitch would know because it's like everywhere. It's German OnlyFans. From what I understand, I don't know if there's any difference, but it's getting good numbers. But the issue is, like, with these events, that it's already top streamers coming into it, and so I don't know if it's a gain or not. I see Final changing the title. I'm curious. Yeah, I saw a video from Quasi. Final Fantasy is about to change. It's actually right in front of my screen right now. One sec. Let me make sure my PC is clean to show. Yeah, now we can do it. I think I'm gonna keep my the camera here. Final Fantasy is about to change forever again. I don't even know what it is, but I know from Shelfu that in a couple days there's Final Fantasy new Savage tier coming out. I don't know. Should I attempt to make a team quickly for it, guys? Oh, Ellie is in the chat. How easy would it be to gear up 8 Echo gamers for the next Savage raid if I got people? Is it an easy ask, Ellie, or is it kind of rough? It takes a day or less. I mean, I don't know. Like systems could have changed, you know. That's why I'm asking. Easy. January. It's January 6th, right? 1 second. Gonna quickly check the calendar if there's anything crazy going on. I mean, we would need to kill an officer meeting, but if the officers are playing themselves, then it's fine, right? I'll try. I'll see what the people think. I mean, if people would be down, I am guaranteed down, guys. Yeah, but the issue is the people. But let me see. If you put people for this, it would be Maris, Roger, Frago. Ryzen is also playing or wanted to play. There's some other people trying the Final Fantasy stuff, but they're so early stages. I don't know if they are gonna be good enough. Narco, I can ask. Right now, 5 people. I'll check with Alex. Yeah, Jeef maybe. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me check with these guys first, and then let's see where we go. I just haven't I was thinking about this all the time. Picture raiding together from Craig. Oh, they are already raiding? Jeeth and Preach sounds like a loser. No, sorry, not Jeeth. Preaches sounds like a loser group though. I feel like Preach is gonna take like this community random people. They're not gonna go ham. Sorry, Preach, but it's true. Alex is a good player. Jeeth is also pretty good. And for next Tuesday, Normal has been on for 2 weeks. Wait, Normal has been out for 2 weeks. Is it a new expansion, or is that now how that works, or is it the other way around? Is it when it's new expansion that it is insta starting 7.4? Oh, new expansion it insta starts, and the rest it's oh, it's because of holidays. Makes sense. Interesting. I mean, it's also like I don't think I'll be doing it to compare myself with others anyways, so it's fine if we are even like blind to normal, let's say, you know, just need the gear to not be feeling shit about it. And then it's okay, the rest. But if Alex is out, yeah. Maybe some of the new people would want to join. I was hearing that Helene was playing a lot. Oh, Swag I could ask as well. Shalvo, would you be down to play, or what do you do? I don't know. Are you busy being analyst or something? I saw you were posting about the watch party. But yeah, I mean, do we wanna? Yeah, we have Final Fantasy stuff, and then aside from that, I have some videos from like random midnight shit, gearing in midnights, weekly vault stuff. Never be the same. A bit drastic from Quasi. So midnight. Okay, then we have. I agree to start with midnight. We have these 3 videos right now. Oh, and then we have Sauercrowd. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Which one do we go? Let's roll 1 to 3. Okay. Roll 1 to 3. 3. Okay, we go with this. Something changed at Blizzard. It might be a clickbait Battle video, but this one got good views. So, okay, this is actually not midnight because the thumbnail was telling me it's about Turtle WoW, I think. Yeah. Okay. Now let's start with midnight. I agree. I'm gonna roll again. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna pick this one. There we go. This one. Let's get it. Gearing in midnight. Sounds fun. Once I become an analyst, pressing buttons myself during pro become a dreadful event. I don't just see the fights and contribute. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feel, bro. I know that feel. Well, let's see.
And if you're only looking at the item level numbers for midnight, you're missing the real story that you need to get ready for. Because on the surface, the headline is simple. Mythic Plus loot cap is increasing. Instead of capping out at plus 10s in the past that you are used to, the Great Vault in Midnight will now scale with rewards all the way up to plus 18 keys. So if you complete a plus 18, you receive a myth track 4 out of 6 item directly from the vault. And while it's common to think that this is a good thing, and I largely agree, because Blizzard is allowing for more rewards to exist as the keys start scaling higher, so it gives a reason for people to work on harder content. But there's some real implications that you need to understand when it comes to how you should think about gearing your character.
Well, let me fix that. It's still a bit too low for my taste. It's just, I mean, for me it's good, but for you guys it's bad.
Effectively in midnight.
There we go.
It's not just about item level at this point, because Blizzard is really rewriting the cost and time of gearing out your character in World of Warcraft in the new expansion. They have also changed the math on how the crest upgrade system works. When you combine the new upgrade cost with this plus 18 vault change, we're seeing the potential for more reasons to be playing each season for longer. But this is also. But
do we know what the weekly crest cap will be? I think we don't know that, right? But yeah, for those that missed it, upgrading will cost like more and more every step you take in the upgrade track. So actually the plus 18 from the Myth M Plus is actually quite good, like really good. Because getting a Mythic Track 1 item to Mythic Track 4 will cost a lot more in the next expansion than in this one.
Also balanced by the fact that there's some new social friction that we have to learn.
And getting to like 5 and 6 is going to be insanely hard. But I don't know, maybe I thought maybe the crest cap is going up as well.
Deal with. So let me first explain the new cost of gearing. To understand why this plus 18 Great Vault weekly change matters, You first have to understand that upgrading gear in Midnight is becoming significantly more expensive. In the war within right now, and when I make this video, we are about 2 months away from Midnight, so a lot can change. But as of now, we are in live
did they
servers
say
for
100
the
per
war
week?
within. Upgrading an item costs a flat 15 crest per step of upgrade. So if you're trying to take an item from your myth track 1 out of 6 to 6 out of 6, it will cost a total of 75 crest. In Midnight, however, this flat rate of upgrading your gear is gone. It's replaced by, if you're familiar with paying taxes, a progressive tax system. Okay, I'm making an assumption because some countries might not use it, but the cost now increases by 10 crest for every rank of level you climb. And so as you can see from the screen here, from rank 1 to 2, it costs 10 crest. From 2 to 3, it costs 20 crest. From 3 to 4, it costs 30 crest. 4 to 5, 40 crest. And 5 to 6, 50 crest. Now again, all these is subject to change once the season is officially underway. Because what I'm talking about right now is based off data mine changes from the current beta build for the Midnight expansion. But as of the moment, from what we
Hey Cube, no, I'm not playing with Sauercrowd. I was not even asked. Okay.
gather, upgrading an equipment, a myth track equipment from base to max rank now.
I wouldn't have, but
crest. And I'm not even talking about turbo boost. I'm talking about at the start of the season, and we'll talk about turbo boost separately later. So if you think about this crest increase, it's 100% increase in the total cost compared to what we have now. Now, Blizzard has also tossed us a bone. They have increased the weekly crest cap from 90 to 100. So that's roughly an 11%
they did say that.
increase in cap, which is obviously
I
way
missed that
smaller
somehow.
than 100% cost increment.
But is that like data mine or is that actually let's see if data mine changes to upgrade system? Check out the previously discuss. And now it's an increase in the crest caps. Okay.
in cap, which is obviously way
It
smaller
is data
than
mine, not
100%
communicated.
cost increment in upgrading your myth track from 1 to 6. So if your cost has gone up by 100%, and your revenue, in this case, your ability to earn crest per week, goes up by 11%, you do not need a background in rocket science to know that for gearing, yes, it will now take longer to gear your character for the season. Which for some people is a very good thing, because you want to play WoW for longer in the season. For some others, people who tend to check out the season for the first 2 months and check out, which is completely fine by the way, you might not like this longer gear treadmill. And this is where the Great Vault comes into the discussion. Because now that the upgrade costs are backloaded, meaning the later upgrade tracks are more expensive, the value of a high track piece from the vault isn't just about the stats right now. It isn't just about, oh, I have a better track and therefore I gain more from the equipment. It's also about the crest savings that you can get. Because look at the breakpoints now. A plus 10 key completion for the week gives you a myth track 1 out of 6. A plus 12 key.
Oh, did you have to apply? I didn't know about that.
He gives you a 2 out of 6 myth track.
I expected a personal, like, written letter sent to my address. That's when I would have considered it, but I didn't receive any such thing, so unfortunate.
Right. A 15 key completed gives you a 3 out of 6 myth track, or a plus 18 key gives you a myth track 4 out of 6. So if you settle for a plus 10, you get 1 out of 6. And to upgrade that to myth track 4 out of 6, you need to pay the rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 cost. That's a total of 60 crest. But if you do a plus 18 completion for the week, and you loot a myth track 4 out of 6 directly from your vault, you save 60 crest in total. So in the brand new world of Midnight, where your weekly crest cap is 100, saving 60 crest on a single slot is massive. That is 60% of your weekly cap saved if you are capable of doing a higher key. Which honestly to me on some level is refreshing, because Blizzard has decided now to give more rewards and reasons to do higher keys, because as of the moment, once you hit Keystone Legend at 3000 rating for your mount, there's really nothing.
Bro, it would be so depressing if they actually did the turbo boost and eye level thing again after this though. Like, they cannot do that and this system at the same time. And I think the turbo boost kind of sucks anyway, so I think it's fine, but I'm not really that big of a fan for this system either. I don't know. What do you guys think of this? Like, really early on, you get a lot of gear and then you really slowly gear up every week. Like, literally every week, you can upgrade. What will end up happening, I'm guessing, is that you will just upgrade the 4 out of 6s. So you will just every week upgrade 2 items and then wait for next week. I don't know. I think it sucks. Kind of. I would rather be done with my character and then move on to the next character or something like that, or do something else in the game. I don't know, PvP or something. This is kind of weird. It's bad for Race for First, but good for us, I guess. It's bad for Race for First. I don't know. Why is it bad for Race for First? What makes it bad for Race for First? Bad for alts? I don't think it's bad for Race for First, because Race for First you wouldn't upgrade your items this much anyways. Probably you would just sacrifice it and upgrade it to like everything to like second, 2R6, 3R6. I guess your weapons and stuff you couldn't upgrade that much. That's true. It will make upgrading decisions a lot more complex, which I also don't like that much. Like right now, you know, if you get a weapon, you're just gonna upgrade it. No brainer, right? Like if you get a mythic track weapon, that is like a BIS weapon, you will just upgrade it. But right now, like in the next expansion, it might not be worth to upgrade that from 5 out of 6 to 6 out of 6. You might be better off upgrading something 1 out of 6 to 2 out of 6, which is, I don't know, a bit weird, because you can replace this item next week, maybe with a 4 out of 6 if you do a high key, or at least everybody will be able to do like 15, I guess. I don't know, and you know, maybe it's not a weapon, but like a chest piece versus a foot piece or something. It will definitely get a bit more complex, but I don't care about the Race for First that much, because I don't really upgrade my items based on the Race for First. But for the majority, I think it's a bit weird to do these last 2 pieces kind of this slow. I don't know. Maybe they could remove the crest cap later on. Yeah, not sure. Not sure, but good for later guilds killing the raid. Well, you already have a passive nerf. Don't think of it. I wouldn't think of this as a system that will nerf the raid, because they nerf the raid anyways if it's too hard. Either with reputation, renown type of stuff, giving you 3% damage increase all the time. There's like random items that gain extra eye level, like your cloak or something, or bosses straight up just get nerfed, right? I think you should look at this as more of a system, like, is this a fun way to progress your character? I don't think it is personally, but I don't know. You know, maybe they also change some things. Like, I think this would be kind of cool if this was like capped at like 30, and then it was maybe either like 30, 30, 30 or 30, 30, 35 or something. Like, just, this is a bit too much. I don't know. As increase over crest, you will need to farm if starting an alt later in the season. Yeah, that's horrible. Crest cap is definitely going 0.5 patch. Yeah. Maybe they increase also the crest amount you get. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's just weird, man. I don't know. Let just people get good gear. I think instead of doing this bullshit where they try to keep you on a treadmill to farm gear over time and like have that carrot in front of you, the 6 out of 6, just let people gear up and then do other content. Like make other content more appealing. Like, people, once they are done, there should be something tickling them to go and do PvP, or if they're M+ players that they try out raiding, or vice versa. I don't know, even fucking housing or something. Like, there's other things the game can offer. I don't think this is needed. I don't know. I think this will be boring personally. But yeah, let's see. Maybe this is not final. It's all data mined, right? Nothing is really communicated, so we don't even know what is real. Also, I mean, even if you don't want to do any sort of other content, you should get tickled to like go and play a new alt, you know? Like, new character. I think that's always fun. way more fun than getting your fucking 5 out of 6 and 6 out of 6 farm for a week. What the fuck is that? I don't know. As always, extreme power in here, going for higher key level won't keep many people as. That's true, yeah. I mean, for me, it's raiding, right? Once I clear the raid, I don't care to play more, like to improve my gear or something. But you know, there was a time in Shadowlands, for example, I was blasting PvP all day in the last season, and in Dragonflight, I was blasting M plus. Like, I think shit like that is cooler than this. And it also helps because you get to focus on making those game. I mean, obviously, this is a very easy implementation for them. It doesn't cost any time to do this, and it will just keep people on the treadmill. But I don't know. I would have more fun playing alts or something. Therefore, people will quit faster if they gain power faster. Yeah, I mean, it's probably true to a degree. But it's not like the old system was like ultra quick either, man. I don't know. It's fine. I think it was a good rate. Also, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like even though I like deterministic progress, like it being deterministic and this slow gain, I think is not that good. Like you're gonna farm your 5 out of 6 and 6 out of 6 for fucking weeks, guys. It's insane. It will take you, I don't know, like 2 months, 3 months to get everything to 6 out of 6, yeah. And it's not gonna feel good. Like you're not gonna feel amazing after a week, and the only upgrade you got was your ring from 4 out of 6 to 6 out of 6. That is not gonna feel good. I do not believe so. I said that unlimited time, like they did when I was 15. I'd be very happy with this one character time sync. Still wouldn't be a healthy choice though. Well, it's the thing is it's time gated anyways. Even if you want to grind it out, it's not like you gain, like you don't gain anything for it. You can still only play like 10 hours a day and get upgrades for it. After that, you can't do anything on that character. That's how I works out. Is it to League or CS? Not. I mean, Arena. You can still is similar to League or CS, right? You can still endlessly gain experience. Same with M plus as well. I think M plus is also an endless grind you can do and improve. Yeah, it's just raiding. That's a bit weird. Especially when playing meta, don't get invited. Actually, a raiding solo queue, a mythic raid solo queue would be kind of sick, bro. Maybe we were thinking like way too much within the box, you know? Like we were talking a lot in the stream about removing lockouts for mythic raiding, but mythic raid solo queue that lets you go into the boss where you left off with similar progressed people and like some sort of rating system for depending on how much progress you did per boss, everybody's progress being stored and matching you with similar people. That would be kind of nice. I think they really need to improve their what do you call their pugging game. New level of toxicity will be reached. That's probably true, yeah. But I mean, I think it will be worth it. Like the moderation required for that, I think would be worth it for sure. Season 1 is going to be a big experimental season, and season 2 will be great. Yeah, I think season 1. I mean, I was discussing it recently with Roger as well. It really looks to me like it is a raid made to work whether add-ons exist or don't exist. Like it's a safe raid. it cannot be outplayed by add-ons because there are no mechanics that could be outplayed by add-ons. Like even if you cheated, your gain is not going to be insane because there is no mechanic that is relevant. And I think they intentionally did that because they didn't know whether they will get the changes through or not. And I think season 2 will be a lot more interesting. That is my guess as well. You could say that is my copium because I was expecting season 1 to be interesting with no add-ons, but nothing is. So my new copium is that the next season will be good, or the last bosses could be good. We don't know yet, right? Season 1 will be refreshing. I think for normal people that don't play Race War first, season 1 will be fun. Yeah. It's going to be a bit more simple, the fights, but I think they're going to be fun. For Race War first players, I don't know. I think they might enjoy it a little less. That's the feeling I have. Can I see Shadowlands 5? Hard grind equals people quit. Shadowlands vibes. Yeah. The thing with Shadowlands was it was making you grind like weird shit as well. It was making you grind a campaign, especially with multiple characters. And Thorghast, here, like, I don't know. It's just like really slow gear progression, but it's not like you have to grind a lot or boring things. But yeah, in comparison to now, I guess you do need to grind more, right? You just need way more crests. Yeah? You do have this 4 out of 6, but still, yeah, it's quite a lot of farm after. Yeah, this is gonna feel so weird. Think about it, like this last step, it's worth 5 upgrades on other items that are 1 out of 6. It's so weird.
Nothing to aim for unless you're going for...
Mr. Stream, CEO Echo, would you like to personally earn 2 million in-game gold for a small trade? I really do not care about 2 million gold. It is a small trade that I just need to log in. That is the max I can do, I think. Sorry for saying max. Will widen the gap between raiders and non-raiders. Yeah, that's true. It's been a long time I've seen a GIF from myself. Lol. Then again, it's been a long time I streamed, dude. Holy shit. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to put over my title, guys. Let's fix that. Is that we just put some jobs up for application at Echo. At Echo. Does this work? Let's see. I just made the command. Yeah. So if you're interested, I'm gonna pull it on stream as well. Quick shout out for Echo itself. We're looking for an account manager and a merch manager. These are things that I am mostly doing right now. We had account managers, but they all over time quit. Not because the job sucks, just you know, random reasons. The job is actually, I would say, good. I think this is a decent, nice, simple job. Merch manager, a bit more complex, but not many hours per week. If you're interested in any of these, you can go in, look at it. We're quite transparent with the work required, also the pay. It starts at 900 euros. This one starts at 700 euros per week. It's a bit less hours, but technically more per hour. But I would say it's a bit more complex. That's why we're also paying more. Yeah. So far, like everybody's applying for merch manager. I don't know why. No one wants to take. There's only one person that applied for this. Yeah, if you're interested, make sure to apply per week. Yeah. No, not 900 euros per week. No. It's a monthly compensation of 900 euros, but the hours worked is per week. €900 per week would be damn, bro. I would consider these jobs. Yeah, holy fuck. I would apply for both, and then you get 1.6K per week. That's solid. Whew. I was filling it out. Nice. Shelfer got pre-hyped. Yeah. Yeah, so make sure to check it out if you're interested. There's a lengthy job description. I sat down and I wrote this. I'll be honest, guys. I did use the help of AI, but it still took me 4 hours to write these 2 job descriptions because I wanted it to be really good and easy to understand. So yeah, there you go. Are the hours flexible? It is flexible, but like it needs to be flexible on both ends. You know, like a lot of times it's flexible when you will do it, but sometimes there will be something where I need you to be flexible and be like, "Yo, we need to have a call tomorrow." You know, and then you need to get shit done within 3 hours and grind it out, something like that. It's rare, but sometimes it's also mainly when you mess something up that will happen, or some like crazy proc, or I mess something up. That can also happen. But most of the time, or like it might be like, oh, we have an event. I don't know, we're promoting Sort of Justice on Tuesday evening. I need you to be there to look at everything is working correctly, and then like randomly Tuesday in the evening you need to be working. You know, but a lot of times I would say it's a good job. Like if this is like, and this is like an entry, like I wouldn't expect you to be like 40 years old, like I don't know, rocket scientists and applying to these. Yeah, it's entry level jobs. This can be like your first job, second job, working from home. I would say it's a good job. Esports way more interesting than some random job. Like yeah. Account managers are paying about to people, to a degree, but that is one of the things. This one, but it's also just communicating with the sponsors. You'll establish connections to all the brands we're working with, pretty much. Creating like spreadsheets to track what's been done, what needs to be done. It's also just working with our staff, not just like talent. So I don't know. Communicating with our production, the amount of segments that needs to be done or something like that. I mean, a lot of it on a higher level I will do anyways, but eventually that is the things that this role could grow into. And the super growth would be that you eventually manage the partnerships completely. But I would say that will take at least a year, and you would need to do a very good job. If you want to do that, even. So written ChatGPT. Bro, I spent a lot of time, yeah. So I will not take the AI slop on this. I spent a lot of time. I mean, there might be like a mistake here and there, but it's generally pretty accurate job description, I would say, and transparent in what we expect and what you will get. I don't know. Yeah. But if you have any questions on this, you can also DM me, guys. All good. So come imagine being the guys with a whip in a scene where the perimeters are being built. Yeah, sometimes you do need to chase after players. But I mean, that's the benefit. If they just don't do it and you keep bumping and it's just not happening, you just tell me about it and then I'll go fucking whip their ass. That's me, actually. that's when it comes to me. But yeah. It's a nice job, I would say, still overall. If you're interested in getting into partnerships and esports, this is a good way to start it. The permission to perform this. If you ever need blood tests done in the org, I can help with that. Oh, dude, don't say blood, bro. Yeah, I did actually give blood once while I was sick, and I did not pass out. I learned some tricks, but yeah, I'm not gonna go into it too much in the stream. I still need to do some training to not feel anxious about this topic. God damn, dude. Don't look at the needle. Nah, that doesn't work, bro. It's not the needle that I'm afraid of. It's like some subconscious thing. It's crazy. But I learned some tricks like you can apparently practice this, thinking about this stuff, watching videos on it and stuff like that. And then whenever you feel bad, you just like squeeze your whole body, and that makes like blood shoot up to your brain, and that gets your blood tension proper again. And if that doesn't work, you also lay down, and also smelling alcohol also works. But yeah, I'm not gonna talk further about it, okay? I don't want to pass out on stream, bro. There's no way. No, let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Okay. But yeah, I thought it was like just me, and because I have it's not just passing out. It's very painful when I have it. But apparently this can happen to others as well. Like I'm not that unique. I mean, it's a thing apparently, and you can handle it yourself. Don't even need to go to therapy if you like stick to certain rules and practice this skill. Our discussion with other officers on different application forms. You can use Discord while audit or forum, Google form. What do you prefer? We might have choice. Also, what is important to have is in questions on the applicant form. We use Google form. I haven't used anything for Discord or WoW audit. I did not use either. I think Google Forms just gets the shit done, and it's like the whole thing is like really nice, right? You can give other people access to edit it. You have it all in a spreadsheet. You can use filters and everything. I really like Google Forms. And the questions, I mean, one thing I like a lot is asking why they left their previous guild. I think that typically spills the beans on a lot of people, and you can realize like what's going on, you know? Because like they will say things like, I had an argument with the officer team or something, or I kept getting benched. And then you're like, okay, there's probably a reason for that, you know? They will kind of out themselves. That's like the best one that I see people often forget. And if the golden answer is, I did not leave my team, I was in there for 3 years and the guild disbanded. And I'm now looking for that's the guy you want to take, dude. That's the loyal player. Need to be a big WoW player for that. Wait, for what? Big WoW player for Google Forms? Didn't pay me well enough. That's not an optimal response. Sorry, I'm my last guild. Oh, wait, do you need to be a big WoW player for that? For the jobs? No, you don't need to be a WoW player, but you do need to know about WoW and what we're doing. Like some random dude cannot do the job. You need to know what the race is. You need to know what mythic rating is, what the race war first is. You need to understand the community, especially for the merch, I would say. But also for the account manager, you need to understand like streaming, what is like cringe and what is cool, kind of. Why am I saying these things? Like, if you make a merch item that nobody will want, I mean, what's the fucking point? You know, like as a merch manager, you would be the guy that like proposes, okay, I think we should add this new echo mug here. People will love it because our people at our age, they drink from like these mugs. Or you could say we should have, I don't know, what's a cringe merch item? Also with merch, almost anything will go, but also like a cost analysis on how much it will sell, what you think, and stuff like that. Socks would probably work as well. I'm okay with socks. I don't know. Or even a raid leader for what makes a good raid leader. It might be also like be a bad meme or something. I don't know. Just be like, I don't know, some text saying some like outdated shitty meme or something. I don't know, man. I can't think of it because I'm not cringe, you know. I've been reading info what makes a good raid leader. Here's a problem. There is not real officer recruitment info out there. You can find shit tons of class guides and rate guides, but when it comes to officers and recruitment, nothing out there. Yeah, I remember when, actually, that reminds me, when Max first made his YouTube channel, that was what it's going to be about. And I think he has some videos on it. I've not watched it, but I remember like his YouTube channel announcement, and it was like, I'm going to make exactly that. I did some videos similar to that as well, actually. But it's been so long. And it had like decent views when I started my YouTube channel. Like why guilds were disbanding and stuff I had. Let's see, popular. Okay, none of them are popular. Hey, Mod makes a perfect tank. Okay, that's kind of shit. Can still fix WoW. Okay, maybe I didn't have it that much. Does matter to casual guilds? I swear I had some videos, but I cannot find them. Damn, I made a lot of videos over the years. That's crazy. But yeah, I guess on like recruitment and officers, I didn't have that much. There was disbanding, something on that. Oh, pieces disband. Yeah, this could be an interesting one. Secrets to a strong guild, stopping the disband. Yeah, I think this video might be good for you. I'm going to put this on here. Might actually be useful. But yeah, I would check the Maximus. He had like a video series on this shit. But I don't know what... I don't know if the videos are good. But I mean, his YouTube channel is has grown a lot. So I think people were liking it. As no challenge, I remember watching one for the officers. Yeah, I mean, it's also like those videos, there's not a lot of people who care. Because like, I don't know, the casual DPS Andy, like, I don't know, Narcoles, he will not care about what is good recruitment tactics or what makes a good officer. Like, he does not give a fuck, guys, I can assure you, yeah. He just wants to get in there and slam some mobs. So, he doesn't care about any of that shit. That's why I think, and that's like the majority is kind of like Narco. And that's why I think those videos are not being made. And I guess that's like a weakness of YouTube, right? Like these niche topics are not incentivized to make videos about because you will get like 10K views and who cares, you know, about that. It will take you a lot of time. Like, why would you spill that knowledge for 10K views as well? But yeah, I mean, I think Max still does a good job, and it's interesting to some people. Let us actually see it. He's like, you need to check like his very first videos.
This is
oldest. Yeah, look, raid leading, what it is, bro. These titles, and then he just put the undercover reading, and I got way more views. And they go back to that. Oh my god, that is so sad. Reading communication. Oh, he did it on raid leading or what only? What makes a good officer? There you go, look. Finding good officers. But I guess there's not that many actually. Yeah. And then he's the Final Fantasy era. Oh, and then things happened. Let's close it now. None of this. Ask money to view them. Narco just got ganked. Yeah, happens. Seeing how someone else is doing it can help a lot. Yeah, no, of course, yeah. I think it's always nice. You can always learn from other people's perspectives. It sometimes also makes you realize things that you already know from it, like in a different way. Like a lot of times somebody will say something and I'm not necessarily like agreeing with it, or that won't help me directly, but it will spark another thought in me. And yeah, always good to get different perspectives, I would say. Okay, how the fuck did we end up here, boys? We continue.
For title at top 0.1%. But now with Midnight, there's actually a benefit and reward for pushing higher, and I think that's something to be happy about. But again, like I mentioned earlier, there will be social friction, and I want to prepare you for that. Because suddenly, I think having resilient keys will be way more important at a higher level. So in case you are a returning player to Midnight and you have no idea what resilient keys are that is introduced in the War Within,
so yeah, explain us again.
A resilient keystone is one that does not deplete or downgrade when you fail the timer. It simply stays at the level.
OP.
So let's say you break a key, unlike in the past, and no longer drops.
Where's he from? Was it Singapore? No, it was not Singapore. If anyone knows, let me know. I knew this information because we actually asked him once to come to our event as a caster. Thailand? That could be true, yeah.
So let's say you break a +13.
But he said he's really bad as a caster. Like he's a YouTuber, but not a caster, and didn't want to come. That was so sad.
It's resilient.
I really like him. I think he would do a good caster. What do you guys think? Say Singapore on his YouTube? Oh, there we go.
12 will stay at a +13. So you get
another. Well, Singapore is such a nice place. I really like it. I like the people there as well. Yeah. I was there when I went to the Secret Lab headquarters for an interview. Really liked it there. But unfortunately, I was incredibly sleep deprived and I had very little time, so I didn't really get to see much of it.
Another attempt at the 13. But you can complete the keystone, right? So for example, I have call it +13 freehold, random example. We break timer, but we complete the dungeon. It would just turn into another +13 keystone from the random dungeon pool that season. But the more important thing is you have a +13 keystone still. So imagine a handful of really skilled players is able to unlock +18 resilient keys in the early part of the season, let's say in the first few weeks. And suddenly with their +18 resilient keys, they hold a blank check. This is a golden ticket to be making crazy amounts of gold in WoW.
That's right.
Because that key guarantees a 4 out of 6 myth track reward even if the dungeon is untimed, and it never ever downgrades. So you can sell runs for that +18 key indefinitely to players desperate for the 60 crest discount. And then suddenly there'll be a form of boosting arms race. Expect your trade chat to be filled with more spam the moment a group has +18 key resilience.
Maybe it's worth next time to just int the tier and just go for IRL boosting instead, dude. So make some IRL money. Get banned in the end, but it is what it is, you know? Can't ban my money.
For them, there's no longer a need to push higher. They can simply stop there, farm the general WoW community's FOMO, or fear of missing out.
Should have brought a chair from there. What, from Singapore? I have the Secret Lab chair. I actually... Wait, how did this one get here? No, they shipped this one, and actually we had to pay a lot of custom stacks back then. But what I want is a fucking Secret Lab desk, boys. It's so nice. The Pro XL, the Magnus Pro XL, with the height adjustable stuff. But it is so heavy. And getting it here with customs, I'm scared what will happen. Because every time they send something from Singapore, the guys, like they send me a Christmas gift, Secret Lab guys. I'm very thankful, but I could not get it. They asked me to come to the airport, to the customs. And I know how this will go. Like there will be some food item in there, and then they will be like, "Yep, this needs to go to Ankara for, I don't know, inspection and stuff." Like it will just not work out. So I left it, and it will just get shipped back. And similarly with the desk, I don't think I'll be able to handle it, and it will cost a shit ton as well. Just not worth it. Wife subbing for the 69 months, dude. What the fuck? Is that a message? She wanted me to get the Secret Lab desk as well. We were actually talking about it yesterday, but yeah, it's too rough. Fucking Turkey, bro. I wish the customs were a bit more normal.
For crazy amounts of gold. Because the season is long, right? and there'll be turbo boost later, and there'll be the time to really push score. We'll talk about that later. But you see, some might argue though that by the time the average WoW player is able to do a plus 18 key for the season, they are likely already max item level, so it really doesn't matter. But this argument doesn't really track in this new crest economy system because everyone needs crests because you need so much more of them to upgrade your equipment to max eye level now. So if a random booster in trade chat is about to offer you a vault slot to save 60 crests instantly, and you are trying hard at this game and you're trying to keep up with the progression curve and you have been there where your score is below the average, it's hard to get into groups, suddenly for people like that who try hard, who has their ego being represented by their Mythic Plus score, the service to get a boost like that suddenly becomes so much more attractive. And
that also means rate boosting will be more attractive as well. Which is, yeah, guys, you know how it is, yeah? You can buy boosts on the Echo Discord. Welcome to check our prices out when the expansion comes out and the race is over. And yeah, it's not this. Oh, easy. Okay, something else, but it's okay.
Calling this out specifically to send you a message to prepare you, and I'll come back to this at the end of this video. But I also want to point out a flaw with, I think, the current system. And to me, this is what I deem as the hero track ceiling. Right now, as of the midnight beta, the end of dungeon loot from Mythic Plus, regardless of what level of difficulty you're doing, is capped at a hero track. So while the Great Vault scales all the way up to Myth Track 4 out of 6, let's say you do a plus 18, right? The loot in that plus 18 at the end of the dungeon is still capped at hero track, which is puzzling to me. Because this creates a very frustrating disparity that pure Mythic Plus players have been fighting for years. Because think about it, if you are a Mythic Raider, the boss drops Myth Track gear. You can then farm the Myth Track gear if you're raiding. And if you don't have the time to commit to raiding because you have a family or a job, and if you're M+ only, which is me for most seasons, your only source of Myth Track gear is the weekly lottery in your vault. And honestly, I've seen this discussion rage for years now. Some argue that making Myth Track gear farmable in dungeons will make the season end too quickly. That's logical. But then the counter argument here is that Blizzard is now asking players to complete plus 18 keys. This is content that is arguably harder than, let's say, a first boss in a Mythic raid. And yes, I understand the later Mythic raid bosses are tough, I totally get it, but I'm saying, if you think about, let's say, the first, second boss, which is usually the free Mythic raid bosses, and then you compare it to...
Getting crap involved will not really suck that much because, well, crap, I don't know, but as long as it's a piece you don't have yet, you'll still get the crest reduction, right, on that item. And that will be really valuable either way. So even if you get shit loot... Oh, okay, yeah, I guess if you're only doing a plus and you're not getting Mythic Track gear, yeah, that kind of sucks. You need to get Mythic Track gear. I think they should just give Mythic Track gear on the end of dungeon, just like level 1 from 18s as well. And I don't think it's that bad because you can't upgrade it fully anyways. You need the crests, and it would definitely remove some frustration from them plus players. I don't think it would hurt anyone, man. Just get them the 1 out of 6. One thing they could also do, I'm just having this idea right now, but it could either be like a quest or something like that, or like your first 3 and plus completions of the week at a certain level give you Mythic Track. After that is Heroic Track, like some sort of limitation to it. If they really don't want this to get out of control, I don't think it would really, but if they think it's a big issue, they could do something like that as well. Or just like more ways to earn Mythic Track gear somehow. Because right now, is it just raiding? Like, that's way too little, right? Especially if it's not even upgradable anyways, either way. If you don't know what the scaling will be like, doing a 12 also looked very hard before 2, and now it's easy peasy. Yeah, I think the difficulty is whatever, kind of. But yeah, I think the end of dungeon gear still should... Like, you should have other ways to get Mythic Track gear. Hard mode dungeon. I don't think there's any hard mode dungeons in the next tier. But the issue is there's no weekly lookout for M+, so in Blizzard Eyes you could gear up way too quickly. Yeah, like that's why I'm saying it can be maybe limited. like the first 3 items in the week or something like that are mythic track at plus 18, and then after that it's not. Or there's just like a quest complete. I don't know. X amount of dungeons at X amount of difficulty or Y amount of difficulty, and you can repeat it 3 times or something like that. What's the Sauercrowd? No, I am not part of Sauercrowd.
I'm getting hero track gear from a plus 18 keys. That logic doesn't really seem to track. And this also means that the mythic class...
Yeah, like bountiful and plus, Hisoki, exactly. Something like a bountiful and plus that you can only do X amount of times per week. Where the end of dungeon loot is good. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. Why are we fucking shitting on M plus players so much? I don't understand it. Why do they not get mythic track loot, bro? That's crazy, no? I think the majority of people are doing M plus. Like, they should be treated like normal people. What is this? Like, raiding is still already more rewarding. There should be something more.
Tax is higher than ever going into midnight, where you have to do plus 18 for your vaults, but the actual dungeon runs itself feels unrewarding because the loot prohibits you from reaching your maximum potential without waiting for weeks of vault RNG if you're unlucky. Earlier I mentioned social friction, stuff that maybe Blizzard didn't intend.
A lot of them are curious, yeah.
Because let's face it, the WoW community is always about min-maxing, which means if the weekly reward for a plus 18 is so high at Myth Track 4 out of 6, players are going to naturally gravitate towards the path of least resistance. We're going to see an even more extreme scenario of preferred dungeons to be run, versus way less interest in the harder dungeons. So if you think about Dragonflight Season 1, The War Within Season 1, if it has taught us anything at all, is that dungeon tuning is rarely perfect at the start of the expansion, maybe because Blizzard has other bigger things to worry about.
Yeah, gotta min-max that shit.
If one dungeon is significantly easier than the others, recall Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, like in Dragonflight Season 1, versus say The War Within Season 1, you have Stone Vaults. When you have dungeons that is significantly way easier than the other.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know how to check that, but the simple thing is you go to Raider.io, and like this is what you got to do on the first weeks of the expansion. When M Plus comes out, you go to, I don't know, like all around leaderboards or time leaderboards, doesn't really matter. And then you just check the dungeons like one by one. Arakara, you see, 23, 22s. You see Echo Dome, only 22s. So then Halls of Atonement, only 20. Okay, these are very balanced so far. Floodgate definitely looks harder, right? Like I don't know anything about the difficulty of these dungeons, but Floodgate definitely harder than the other ones. Priory harder as well. Tales of Ash seems like the easiest one so far, the Solia's Gambit. Streets, definitely harder. And Dawnbreaker, hardest. Avoid Dawnbreaker at all costs. Go for Arakara, like ideally Solia's Gambit, and if not, Arakara, Ecodome, or Halls of Atonement. Do not go for Operation Floodgates. Do not go for Priory. Do not go for Dawnbreaker. Like it's and at the start of the expansion, this difference is even bigger typically. And you can very easily tell like what dungeons are good. Gotta watch out for outliers because there might just be a banger group that blasted the key. But in general, it's a very reliable way to tell what dungeons are hard and which ones are easy to do. 100% I would recommend this. Like I've seen people not do this in our guild, and they were trying to do a weekly key on the first week on a hard dungeon that you could tell it is a hard dungeon. And they were struggling hard, bro. And it was just like they were wiping in there for way too long. And just a sad thing. The good one is Ecodome. Ecodome seems harder than Solia's Gambit for whatever reason. I don't know. Rule 3 is if it's a revisit dungeon, you avoid. If it's new, it's free. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll see if that holds true. It's more difficult to organize, manage a Mythic Raiding Guild as opposed to a team of 5 doing a Mythic and Plus. Yeah, the raiding can still be more rewarding, and it should be because it's also a limited resource. But we're talking about Mythic Track 1 out of 6 gear, and we don't need to make it repetitive. It can be like a quest that you can only do 3 times or something per week. Or even just once. Like, you don't even have that. Whatever it is, whatever the reward should be for M+, it is guaranteed should be more than what we got right now. I don't know what it should be. Like, I'm not saying it should be endless Mythic Track loot, but 1 or 2 Mythic Track loot pieces from end of dungeon loot, that's a no-brainer that it is better than what we have right now. It's a no-brainer in my head. I don't know how you do it. Like, it could be, I don't know, some quest you do and you get 2 weekly shards or something like that, and you can spend 1 for a random loot piece or something. Open the chest and get a piece. Or it doesn't matter how it is implemented, but you know, at least per week you should have, like, I think 2 to 3 chances of getting Mythic Track loot from an end of dungeon box. Yeah, no brainer, no fucking brainer. I'll just give it back because I have no reason to rerun plus 12 keys if it's not IO score. My character will go out of the dungeon the same way it went in. Yeah, I mean, you do have tertiaries, but yeah, those are also kind of shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you still learn from doing the same key that you have already completed, but it's to a degree okay to not gain anything from a lower level dungeon that you've already done. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's, you know, there's a balance to be had there, but right now the balance is very off. But you guys with WoW this season, I play first 4 years and I get up doing 14 to 16 schedule with my friends. If I get bad wolves in weeks 1 to 4, I'll just call it right there sometimes. Oh my. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. If you do nothing else and your gear is shit after 4 weeks, you can get easily tilted.
The key becomes the only key that people want to run in the LFG group. So the harder dungeons will become dead keys, and it feels terrible to hold on to a stone vault keystone in, season 1 of The War Within. Because nobody wants to risk their 60 crest discount on a dungeon that is overtuned. Because you can spend, let's say, 20 minutes, someone rage quits or tilts, and you've just wasted 20 minutes. You rather run that easier dungeon because it's a higher chance of guaranteeing you your 60 crest discount. And with that, the cost of failure in higher keys is also way more significant. There's more stakes, there's more currencies to be lost on unsuccessful completed run, and that probably leads to more toxicity amongst the pugs that you play with. Then let's address Turbo Boost. To me, this whole requirement of having way more crests being needed to upgrade your equipment to max eye level in Season 1 means that Turbo Boost will feel even worse.
No,
I think most people would...
Turbo Boost and this new system cannot coexist. It will make your progress feel even less worth than what it is right now. I think Turbo Boost as a whole is kind of shit anyways. Like, it feels good maybe in the moment and stuff, but like, it makes all the progress you've done in M+ grinding completely useless. In raiding, it might feel okay because, farm gets easier, and if you're progressing, bosses get nerfed by you getting better gear. That's okay. But for M+, it's horrible, I think. And for effort and, like, respecting players' times, it's also horrible.
Agree. When Turbo Boost was first released in The War Within, that season felt fun. All my friends were logging on, they were excited to kind of farm crests, get way more powerful, and crush another key level. But then in The War Within Season 3, suddenly Turbo Boost almost seems like a bad thing for Mythic Plus. We knew right from the start there would be a mid-season free pickup in eye levels. Which, in case you didn't play The War Within, again, Turbo Boost is where they uncap the eye level tracks. So you can go higher in terms of item level with your current gear. And because everyone knew in Season 3 at the start that there'll be a mid-season pickup in eye level, a lot of my friends, including myself, felt that it was so pointless to try hard at the start of the season. Because those keys that we find punishing, the score that we're chasing from those keys will anyways be free towards the end of the season with Turbo Boost. And it's not that...
What they could do is they could do like a small tournament type of thing where you reward the people that got the highest keys or highest score up until the Turbo Boost. Then the Turbo Boost is the end of that season, and the next season starts until the next patch with the Turbo Boost. And then that could be interesting because then you would have a reason to farm gear high, like to farm your score before Turbo Boost and after Turbo Boost. But the way it is right now, like it's already people are trying to feel good about their score when there's zero reward for it. And then on top of that, it gets completely crushed with the Turbo Boost coming in. It's just shit. I don't know. If there was a reward for doing it that is cut off at the Turbo Boost start, then it could feel okay. It would like mark the 2 different seasons or something. They should leave the items and don't increase the eye level with Turbo Boost. I think so too. I'm just saying, if they did that, I mean, now with this system, I don't think they will do it, to be clear. Like, I literally think it's impossible that they do both these 2 things. But if they did it, they would need to reward the people somehow that did good before Turbo Boost came. Yeah.
We didn't enjoy playing Mythic Plus, we did, but we also knew that, yeah, when it comes to a certain level of keys, let's just not bang our head against the wall. Because of that, it quickly spiraled because with less people around, because everyone has this mentality that, okay, we'll just wait until later, it became harder and harder and takes longer to find pre-made groups for Mythic Plus. And it almost feels like the world within Season 3 Mythic Plus fizzled out way quicker than it should. And I think the idea that we knew Turbo Boost was coming is one of the main reasons why. And so with the change to midnight gearing, I think it will make the situation even worse. Because now, we need way more crests to upgrade our item levels in midnight. Then you layer Turbo Boost on top of that, and having to spend an additional, call it 130 extra crests per item to go from rank 6 to rank 8 if Turbo Boost happens again.
There's no way Turbo Boost happens again.
For midnight. Then suddenly you're looking at the threat of a mid-season reset where you need to farm a lot of crests to get max eye level. And that really just feels like the early season M+ upgrade system feels inefficient, or it might even disrespect your time.
They will just do something like the head enchant on Tindral, on the Major Seal, or the Renown nerfs, or I don't know, some like raid-related nerf, automatic nerf system. And I think M+ they will just not nerf at all, and people will gradually just get better. And I mean, maybe they still like include a belt or something like that. They did like a special item that you get in the 0.5 patch or something like this. But I don't think Turbo Boost.
So why make this video? Well, my gut tells me that this whole new change is a step in the right direction for Blizzard. They're thinking of new ways to let people...
The Turbo Boost can coexist with the head enchant, but the problem is here that you're putting in a lot of effort to get that 6 out of 6. And they cannot just come in and say like, all that effort, you know what? Fuck you. We're going to give you Turbo Boost. Enjoy. It just cannot happen. It doesn't work with this new system. This new system is a long grind that will get you gradually higher. The old system was you get quickly good gear, there's a small break, and then you get quickly good gear again. Now you have a cool, like a longer period where you get your good gear, and it gets lower and lower value. They can't just reset that and give you, again, the same grind or similar grind. I'm telling you, there's no Turbo Boost next year. Impossible.
Experience better rewards from higher keystones.
Yeah, there might be like a dinar system, or like I said, like an enchant for your gear or something. There might be like a new item that's really strong, like the belt. I don't know, but there won't be Turbo Boost.
And that definitely motivates the Mythic Plus community. However, the point of this video is that, unfortunately for people like me who no longer have the time to commit to raiding CE or Hall of Fame, at least not for most tiers, the gear gap between Mythic Plus only players versus people who also raid and do Mythic Plus.
It makes me so sad hearing that he doesn't have time to raiding. Bro, I think, like, this is, I think, a big problem. in gaming. I think people, like, it needs to be easier to group up with people and play a game. I think people underestimate how much fun this is. Like, we need to make this simpler. Like, even like at the start of the stream, right? I was saying about Final Fantasy Savage Tier. Like, this would be really fun to group up with my homies and play. I don't know what it is that makes this harder, but like, especially doing it with friends, right? Like, not with random strangers. It's just so much fun. It's the most fun thing in gaming. Somehow this process needs to be easier. I don't know what it is that is in our lives that makes us harder to coordinate these people to play. Maybe I just need more friends, but I don't know. Yeah, this is the most fun thing. Kids, it's called kids. No, I'm down to take the sacrifice, bro. It's the people without kids that are not coming. 5 in-house ARAM is the most fun I had multiplaying in a long time. Exactly, even that, Shellfood. Bro, I tried so hard, guys, to get people to play League of Legends. And then, when we were in Paris, we were at a LAN cafe at eSpot, and we were all at PCs, and we were like, fuck it, let's play some League. And it was so much fun. Everybody enjoyed it and realized this is actually something that is fun to do. And now we've been playing quite often now on Thursdays. But I think people underestimate how much fun it is to just get together with friends and play games. And this process needs to be simpler. I don't know how, but we need to make this process simpler. Like, what? I don't know what it is that is needed for this, yeah? Like, normalize meeting up with friends and playing games together and reserving the time for that, you know? There's no duty behind. It is always fun. Yeah, like, just some fun gaming, you know? Destiny 2 was also so much fun. Yeah. So try, even if it's like for 2-3 hours, you know? Like, Quasi not having the time to raid, that's so sad, bro. I feel like he would enjoy raiding.
Plus will only widen. Because in order to get those class 18 resilient keys early in the season, you need every bit of gear advantage you can get. And those early additional myth track drops from a raid tier will definitely accelerate your progress way faster. Which means a bunch of non-raiders versus a bunch of raiders, they will have significantly different cost savings when it comes to crest upgrades and your overall eye level. So I guess the purpose of this video is really twofold. One is to flag to Blizzard potential problems. How can we improve? The second purpose is to get to you a very important message, that you are aware that this gearing change will come, and so you can set your expectations right before M+ Season 1 in midnight. Remind yourself why you're playing Mythic Plus. For me, I always found it fun to challenge myself to overcome difficult content, to become better at my spec or class. I found that the most rewarding thing. And as I grow older, and I suspect for a lot of you as well, I find myself caring less about score, because to put it in a very morbid sense, on my deathbed, I doubt I'll look back on my life and say, man, I was really proud of getting Enterprising Hero.
So that's the kind of shit I would be proud about, to be honest with you. If I'm on my deathbed, I'll think about all my work first.
Title in the War Within Season 2. But I will instead look back and say that while was the game I dedicated my life to, I had a lot of fun in those dungeons. I have no doubt that the resilient key boosting market will explode, but just know that it's okay to fall behind in the new crest economy. You don't have to give in to FOMO. Use your crest wisely on slots that you're sure you won't be replacing. Be careful about investing upgrades on trinkets early season before Blizzard finally tunes all the trinkets. But all these tips on efficient gearing and using your crest will be a video for another day. But for now, just know that the game has changed for midnight, so adjust your expectations accordingly. If you like this video, don't thank me, thank all the wonderful Patreons and YouTube members.
Damn, bro, thank you, boys. Holy, that's a lot of Patreons. At what point is he gonna say enough is enough? I'm not gonna include this. Jesus, like, you cannot tell anything here. Yeah, interesting takes by Quasi, of course, as always. And then we had the other midnight video. Everything coming in the midnight pre-patch. Oh wait, do I even care about this? Huge class changes, new DRDH, massive transmog update, base UI overhaul, PvP training grounds, pre-expansion event. This might be something to look into. Stats squish and item level squish. That's also interesting. Okay, let's look at those two sections only, okay?
First log in after the pre-patch goes live, things are going to look and play very differently. To start with, we have the stat squish and item level squish. All numbers are going to be much smaller after the squish happens, so where you might hit for hundreds of thousands with your filler spells and millions with your big hitters in the current live patch, after the pre-patch goes live, that will all get smushed down to thousands per hit. Obviously, monster health will be getting reduced at about the same rate, so kill times shouldn't be affected too much, and our health will see a drastic reduction as well. When copied over to the PTR, my mage has less than 100,000
What do we have right
health,
now?
just to give you a rough idea of what to expect. This includes the item level of all gear too, so if you log in and wonder why your item level is suddenly below 200, the game didn't break, you didn't lose all your hard-earned gear, everything just got squished down, so we don't end up way over item level 1000 anytime soon. Depending on your item level before the pre-patch hits, you'll probably be in the 100 to 150 item level range. Now obviously, as we level up and gear up in Midnight, those numbers will start to increase again, but this is what we're going to be working with in pre-patch.
We have 16 million health right now. Holy fuck.
It's not just
so long
that
I
are
played.
changing though. The massive class overhauls coming in the Midnight expansion actually go.
Yeah, so I expected there's something more to this as well, honestly. Okay, let's see pre-expansion.
Now that covers most of what's arriving on January 20th when the patch goes live, but a week later, on January 27th, the Midnight pre-expansion event will start up that includes some additional story quests, new activities, some fun new rewards, and a chance to catch up on gear. The event starts with a quest in your capital city. Cultists
Typically there's some bad quests here.
Common folks spreading lies and corruption, so it's up to us to investigate why they've popped up now and where their base of operations may be. That investigation takes you to the Twilight Highlands, which is the staging ground for the main parts of this event. Taking part in various activities will reward you with an event-specific currency called Twilight Blades Insignia, which you can spend for a variety of rewards that we'll get to in just a moment. You can complete new world quests in the Twilight Highlands zone that ask you to take care of cultists, collect important materials, and push back the Void Incursion. It looks like we'll have up to 4 world quests active at any time, and each one rewards you with 10 insignia.
Milk drinker, what are you talking about, bro? Retail objectively doesn't feel good with numbers so slow. It's like that is literally your subjective opinion. What? Or is there like any sort of like proof on this? Is there like a poll and everybody voted yes? Like, I don't understand. It's objective. Okay.
The expiration timers or duration timers for each world quest are quite staggered, so we may see 1 new world quest per day or something like that.
My god, bro.
You'll also see rares pop up on your map periodically, and these are kind of like mini events. Each rare will require you to fill up the bar by killing mobs and destroying objects, then you need to kill some summoners or channelers, and then you finally get to attack the actual rare of this event.
What do we get? What are the rewards?
Each rare has a chance to drop a piece of Warbound champion gear and should drop 1 insignia to add to your collection. If you defeat every rare during the event, you will earn the 2 minutes to midnight achievement, which rewards you with the Thorn of Twilight title and the Light Forged mech suit mount, which is a very cool light themed recolor of the diamond mech suit. And then there are 2 weekly quests to pick up. One asks you to kill a few rares, which should be fairly easy to complete, and then the other one requires you to get credit for 8
I like smaller numbers as well.
Or rare kills.
but I guess I'm just wrong.
With 40 tokens each, so they're going to be a good way to stockpile this new currency. There are 2 main vendors for this currency. One offers a bunch of cosmetic rewards, including cultist weapon and armor transmog ensembles.
What is this transmog? It's 2026. I feel like we've seen transmog like this like 7 years ago. Or probably like 15 actually.
There are quite a few decor rewards to pick up, including a very cool Blood Elf lounging chair.
It starts.
So if you like the look of that, be sure to pick that up. There's the retrained Skyraiser.
Yeah, I need this.
Is very ominous, a handful of pets, and a Twilight's Blade tabard. The other vendor sells the catch-up gear, and this is the same stuff as what the rares can drop from what I've seen. So you have full armor sets for every armor class and a good selection of weapons to pick and choose from. Everything starts at 1 of 8 champion, which is now item level 121 in the pre-patch, so that's going to take a little bit of time to get used to, but all of this gear is also warbound, so you can trade it amongst your alts and your other characters freely, making this event a great
Any other
chance
juicy
to get all
rewards,
your
bro?
characters geared up and ready for midnight. Because this
Also, guys, it's the end of the fucking expansion. Why champion gear, bro? Just give some heroic track at least. And then a quest for a mythic track one as well.
This is the same gear that the rares can drop. You can
I don't understand this decision making. Why? It's fine.
farm the gear
Maybe there
without
is something
spending
coming
the
soon.
tokens, or you can spend the tokens at the vendor to target specific items and get exactly what you want. So you have a couple of options for catching up with gear in the pre-patch. And just in case you still needed to level up some alts, the Winds of Mysterious Fortune event will start up once again. I would expect this to last pretty much until midnight launches, and the event offers you a few ways to get bonus experience gains and speed up leveling. But that's everything coming in the midnight pre-patch on January 20th, and the new content coming a week later on January 27th, so that's it for this video. What are you most looking forward to in the pre-patch? The huge class changes, the big number squid, and spend the
Is
tokens
this
at the
really just it? I feel like there should be some, like typically there's some more interesting stuff with these pre-patch events. I don't think he knows everything. Like typically there's like a good bag that drops, some interesting toys that are actually like potentially useful and stuff. Well, maybe no sense doing champion gear. Oh, yeah, I don't understand what it is with Blizzard, but they have this like thing where they really want to separate competitive gameplay and like this fun sort of gameplay, and these two should never interact with each other. Like it's either a full RP event, there's quests, achievements, toys, pets, mounts, transmog, and now decor as well, and you do not put a single fucking reward in here that could improve your power to a significant degree. Never. I don't know why they do this. And then there's competitive gameplay, and there you have everything, but the pets, mounts, and stuff is a bit lower, you know, a bit less of them, and you have crazy good loot that is determined by skill only, and RNG, of course. I do not understand this. I want to do the fun stuff. Like as a hardcore raider, you have zero reason to participate in this event. Like, why? I want to play it. It would be fun. Give one item, please. Just one item, sir. Can I have one item? Just one. That's what my daughter says when she wants dessert. I want just one chocolate. Can I have just one? After food, after my raid. Just one item, please. Would it be too much, Blizzard? Would that really break the game? Would that be like, oh, everyone is just angry. Oh, people are getting a mythic track gear. Oh, I'm so furious right now. I worked so hard for my, I don't know, feet that I got from the raid. So weird. I think I've done this before, and people cry that casuals get their stuff. Oh no, no. You're objectively wrong. Just make it feel like playing remix in the end of the season. It doesn't have to go that crazy, right? But there should be something. I'm not saying they should completely throw away the full effort you did into gearing your character. But like one item that is unique and that would give you something, I don't know. A ring that gives you 20% movement speed, bro. And also like has the normal stats, right? And you're like, oh, for leveling, this would be cool. 24% movement speed is fun. And then you just use that. It can be deactivated past level 90 or whatever we're going to reach. You know, just something that is fun and interesting. It's not hard to design this. It would not matter. They cry about it. Sounds okay in many ways. I don't know what you mean they cried about, but I've not seen people cry about an item at the end of the patch, you know, or in between patches that are actually Okay, I mean, maybe if it's like in between patches and makes you really OP the item, it might like take away your Raider IO score value or whatever, because it's now nerfing it. But then you have turbo boost, so everything is fake anyways. Like, I'm not saying it should be a crazy grind, by the way. I don't like that either. If you need to go island expedition hour grinding for like 2 weeks, like we had in BFA, that's not good. I'm saying you go here, you spend an hour or two, and you get a good item. And then if you want to continue to do more stuff for fun, maybe you get Gilded Crest, maybe you get something else, I don't know, like some normal things, then you can do that if you want to. But at least like you've had your fun with the event. Now a lot of people will just not try this event because there's no reward for them. And yeah, I mean, okay, there will be some random fucker who will complain. Bro, I do not care. I don't think anyone cares about these people. There's always people who complain. There's people also like me complaining that there's no reward. So what can you do? People complain because it's got blue was Titan Fortune. People complain there's no domestic way as mythic to get Titan Forge gear. Yeah, also okay, Titan Forge is not that great. Yeah, that's true. Yo, what's up, Nedzo? Hello, my dearest friend. Hello, sir. The best Lee Sin on League by far in Platinum. That's actually quite accurate. And that makes me. I feel like I'm. You're insulting me, but it's okay. Chips billions have to be done for non-mythic raiders because of this Sag. Yeah, the chips billions. I mean, okay, that's like up to debate. But what I'm referring to here is giving a reason for people to do these fun side quest events. This was a similar case with the rifts in Dragonflight when they came out, or it wasn't that great, but still, what was the fun event we had? Dastardly Duos as well. There's no reward for it. Just something would get people to try it out. I would play Flaming Blizzard like the usual, man. But okay, I'm done with any sort of midnight related videos. I feel like there's not that much. We're gonna go into something changed as Blizzard employees are talking from Bellular, okay? It might be more classic related, I don't know. It's Turtle WoW stuff, I think. Let's see.
This has been an interesting year, and while this is the final news episode of the year, it's going to end as an interesting year, because today I've got two kind of wild stories. One of them is an unmitigated disaster for those involved, and the other one is actually a message of hope, where we've learned something kind of shocking about Blizzard that makes 2026 actually look quite bright, and it's coming from a source that very much is not known for glazing Blizzard. A lot to get to then, so let's jump in. Now, if you want the superpower of coding, listen up, because most coding courses are kind of absolute bollocks. I mean, between the lectures, the textbooks, lacks of structure.
We're gonna watch it.
And that is why I recommend today's sponsor, boot.dev, because they have built something that is different, that is specifically for gamers. And I say that being a BEng computer science, the stuff I went to university for. So when I say I think Boot is absolutely awesome, that's because I
still haven't reached out to this company. If anyone knows BootDev, if you're watching, reach out to us to sponsor the race.
Stuff is. Now, their founder Lane reached out to me years ago.
I'm gonna take a note of this.
He's a WoW player. And since then, he's got 750k students. Over that, they've completed 33.7 million lessons. So people are using Boot. And that's because it just teaches, I think, incalculably better. Now, they teach back-end development. That's the kind that lands you those lovely 100k plus jobs. It's through a proper 12-month paced program that is structured like a role-playing game. Now, you'll be learning TypeScript, which they recently added. I'm super happy about that. Go and Python, from the fundamentals right through to building actual real projects. So it's not some learn to code in 2 weeks scammy thing that just floods the market with another vibe coder with another SaaS. No, Boot teaches you the fundamentals that separate professional developers from people shipping security nightmares. And most of all for me, it's got the sauce, it's fun, it's well structured, the XP, the achievements, even the boss battles, the likes of Boots, and essentially the craft of how it is actually made. You can tell they give a shit. But the best news is you can get 25% off your first purchase at boot.dev/bellular.
By the way, one thing you can also do is just vibe coding, dude, with AI. It's so good, actually. It is gonna like, if you don't know how to code, if you don't know how to do certain things, just code with AI. It's so easy, and it's free unless you're gonna develop some crazy project and you need a lot of power. And you just describe what you want and you get it. I use it for some things, but yeah, would highly recommend that.
To save the
You don't
most
learn how to code that way, but you can get smaller projects done.
to do the annual plan, and you can do that with the confidence that if you are not happy, they will refund you on the spot. And you know what? You can actually go and browse all of their content for completely free. And you only got to pay whenever you want the game side of things. Remember Turtle Wow? So 2025 was
Yeah, I was replacing my Google search recently. Yeah. I stopped using Google. Like, I was actually thinking about it. The time I use Google is when I want to get to a specific article or a website that I know I've seen it like before, and I want to get there. Like, let's say I want to go to, I don't know, about like a news post on Wowhead or something. I could Google it quickly. Or like, let's say, rate release schedule, right? Like, I want to get to that specific blue post. I wouldn't ask this to AI typically. I'll ask Google and I'll find it typically quite easily. But when I want to actually research something, and like it's about a topic that I don't know much about, AI is so fucking good, bro. It's so good, guys. This whole AI hate is crazy. Like, I understand if it's like stealing the work from artists and stuff like that. I get the concerns with that. That's something that law needs to handle, not me as a person. But just researching information, AI is so fucking good. Coding also. Be careful, because AI will give you very incorrect information very confidently. You can trick yourself into believing false. That's also true. Yeah, that's also true. I think it's good on things that are like broad knowledge, but if it is getting into like things that not many people know about, it tells you complete bullshit. Yeah. Like, I bet if I ask like where is Scribe from, it might say like I don't know, India or something, like something random, you know. But if I ask them about I don't know, what's the average divorce rate in Germany, I don't know, like some public information or something like that, you get way better responses. Go ask about the rotation for a frost mage is. Yeah, that's like too niche knowledge. Although it might do some stuff there, but still, it's too niche knowledge and too much bullshit around. Serves a popular German streamer and YouTube, born December 4th, 1995. Like, see, like this is just like, how is it even getting this info? I'm born December 5th, 1993. Like, how does this? It's so bad, yeah. But if I was like a public celebrity or something, and you were asking, tell me all the celebrities that have their birthday on December 5th, I bet you it would give you a like nice list. And getting that from Google is just way harder, you know. December 4th, 1995, bro. Who the fuck is spreading random bullshit like this? It's crazy. How can it be so wrong? Is the co-CEO and top World of Warcraft guild? That's actually true, though, the rest. I found the source. Yeah, there was actually some people like mailing us. Zodiac sign Sagittarius. Oh, what the fuck? That's a zodiac sign. I don't even know what any of this. 1995 is also the year of pig. The Chinese zodiac. What? Why? What? What is this? Income and net worth as soon as possible. How tall is this guy? At least it didn't like guess how tall I am. His real name is what? His 30th birthday. Oh, okay. He's 30 years old now. He's from Germany. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Esports player. That's who I am. Countdown to my birthday. Yeah, mark your calendars, guys. December 4th. You're about on Twitch seems outdated. Says you're 25. Yeah, I was trying to trick the AI, but it's just not happening. You're from Germany. I lived in Germany. I was gonna say most of my life, but soon that won't be true anymore. 2 more years, and then it will be equal. And then after 3 or 4 more years, I'm more Turkish than German. But yeah, I have the German passport. I lived there for 17 years. I grew up in Germany. But I am not part of Sauercrowd because I did not get invited. They said I'm not Turkish, I'm not German enough. Yeah, they're racist like that. Okay, no, this is not true. I'm just spreading bullshit. Do you know German still? Yeah, I do know German, yeah. But it's not that good. You forget a lot of things. I really made an emphasis on saying you're from Germany. It is probably pissed you're not on the WoW event. Yeah. Too good for Sauercrowd, they fear you. Exactly. I'm actually really shit at Classic. I have no idea about the max level rates. I've never done them. So I would wipe the group. That would be fun. Okay. We're watching we watch this something turtle isn't really okay, we are done with boot dev. Oh, you got filtered Akbu says. Don't set on fire, that's all you gotta say. Where in Turkey do you live? I live in Istanbul. I do want to do like a fan meet and greet in Istanbul. A lot of people asked me in the past, and I've never done these things, but I do enjoy them more recently. When should I do it? Anyone from Istanbul in the chat, dude? Are we doing one after race? Like just go to a restaurant or something. Shisha bar. Nah, I don't like shisha. We don't know yet, Stint, okay? It has good views. So it might be a good video. And like the title, like it is very like I thought I saw something change that Blizzard employees are trying. I was like, okay, 100% clickbait. But then I saw the views, right? And then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna check it out. We'll see if it's good or not. Step down as main page for aggressive roster optimization ahead of Race for Force Echo Poach. Top talent like 5 from Method. Can run record trials, cut the more underperformance, RT mechanics, attitude. Looks good ultimatum. What the fuck? Upgraded weak healers. After hopeful left for liquid. School. Welcome Chubb, ex Fortnite Pro Mage, Pumper, start to the Chubb, main spec July 25th. Now full-time leading versus Liquid. Super happy with final lineup per stream. No drama. What? There is like information there that's sprinkled in that's true, but what? There's also some complete random things. We kicked Andy to DPS. Oh, does that mean we demoted Andy to DPS maybe? Is that a demotion going from tank to DPS? I don't even know. Have you thought about expanding Echo to run into other games? Maybe CS. There's a lot of talent in Turkey and a very loyal fan base there. Yeah, but I think if we expand as Echo, it will probably be other PvE games doing other PvE events, not things that are oversaturated like CS, League, things like that. No drama. Yeah, I think it's referring to me saying like I'm very happy with the team. There's no drama in the team, which this is something I may have said. I have no idea how this information is out there. Can we do in Istanbul next year when I visit my family? Your family's in Istanbul. Oh, let's go, dude. I'm down, bro. CS and League is the best way to lose money. Yeah, exactly. I think these are oversaturated markets. whereas like the PvE field is fully open. It's only us, a little bit of Liquid, and then just single influencers teaming up to do events. Like, for example, Sauercrowd, right? Or Only Fangs. There's no org behind these events. And I think there can be one that designs better ones. I think that's what we would expand into more and do such things. Like the Final Fantasy Race War First, for example. But yeah, a bit more cost efficient than that one. We'll see. Just us on a little bit of Liquid. I mean, we both don't do a lot in other games, right? I don't think Liquid does either, but they do a little bit. We did a little bit. But it's not nearly enough in the field for Echo TV. Yeah, I do want to do a lot of things, but first, the whole thing starts with, guys, the ! jobs. Apply if you're interested in working at Echo, because we need more staff, so I have more time to do cool things like this, and you can be part of it. Yeah. Okay, let's watch the video.
Really took off, but it has actually now all ended in a bit of catastrophe. So here's the context you need for this story. Turtle were a private server team that basically could do no wrong in the eyes of many. And they did a lot of really cool dev work. And the last few WoW patches that they released turned out to be the Classic Plus experience that many people really wanted. The new content was lore accurate to Classic, but even more than that, and more importantly, it was tone accurate. It actually felt like more Classic in the way that people wanted. Just that early Blizzard texture that Season of Discovery perhaps lacked in places. Plus the small fact that playing in their server was often a better experience than the official Blizzard ones, because they had real GMs and bots were kinda nowhere in sight. They were actually being dealt with. Now that does all sound...
That's funny, dude.
Fantastic, right? But that's obviously not what put them on the map this year. Two major things happened earlier on that lead to what's happened today. The first was this. This is a trailer for Turtle WoW 2.0, and it's a version of Classic WoW running on the Unreal Engine. So basically, big old client-side port. Now this was due to release December 2025, and it promised a fairly insane future. Now, to many people, looks very great and cool, and the engineer in me thinks it's a really awesome project. However, I think artistically, it kinda mostly did look terrible. You know, the spell effects were ugly as sin, and WoW's assets were not designed for the realistic lighting that will be coming with Unreal Engine. But obviously, it drew a lot of hype and a lot of attention, and this combo of...
What do you guys think of this design? Like, in a way, yes, it looks bad, but I don't know. I also feel like there would be potential in something like this. Maybe... it might need like some iteration, but I don't know. Ugliest fucking waste of effort. I mean, I don't know how much effort this needs. I guess it might be needing a lot of effort. Like $2 stream game that crashes after 2 minutes.
Hype and blatant infringement.
But like, I think there would be a lot of people that would be wanting to give it a try. And maybe you don't do everything, but you create this thing that is like a, you know, up to level 20 or something like that. And like some mini experience, see if what the interest is like, iterate on it. I don't know. I could see it. If they make it look good, it will look good, but as this, it looks disgusting.
That's Blizzard's ire, and that's what gave Turtle even more attention. You see, it wasn't a standard private server story. Thanks to Blizzard's filing, we basically saw a dark old history of the Turtle WoW team's Russian leadership coming to light, where in short, there's, at least according to what Blizzard are alleging, a underground mafia making bank on cash shops and basically the whole hype cycle of, oh, new private servers. And, well,
Yeah.
not even joking here, like it does actually all appear to be real. Now, of course, as an American company, Blizzard really couldn't do that much in the Russian courts. But they did find a way. They found an American team member. And since September, they have been raking said team member over the legal coals. Now, of course, lawsuits take time, and on that front, there have been no major updates. But as it turns out, Turtle really did enjoy being on the map. And that's where today's story begins to heat up. So shortly after the lawsuit, they made a public plea to Blizzard saying, please Blizzard, see sense. Set up a licensing agreement so Turtle and other servers can go legit. Now we covered that in depth previously, including how they made loads of, I would say, fairly basic, like populist arguments that were completely flawed when you actually looked into the depth of the situation. So they made a bunch of surface level comparisons that, all fine with vibes, but just didn't really hold any water in reality when you actually went through them in a case-by-case basis, which we did. So, in reality, it wasn't really a plea to Blizzard at all. It was just a simple PR move to gain more favor with the community, and it worked for their target audience. Turtle was back in the headlines. And now, 2 months later, they've got themselves another headline. So, remember when I said the Turtle WoW 2.0 was due out later this month? Well, the news is that it's actually not due out later this month. It no longer has a release date because right as it was due to come out, they've just went and cancelled it. Basically, some people suggest that the money ran out. Other people are saying that it was never real in the first place. A few are saying that this is all one.
That would be a smart way to do a scam though, yeah? Just do some promotional videos, get shit tons of like money, Patreon money or whatever, to support a project, and then do the rug pull.
Big rug pull to farm up.
What the fuck? That was weird. He just said the same word. What the hell?
Donations all year and then just walk away with the donation money. And that last idea sure would sting, especially because they haven't actually given a reason for this going down. And we all know how that goes down. Silence breeds speculation. And of course, yes, all of that stuff may be true, but I actually think there's a little bit more.
Next Echo business plan. Yeah, dude, we're gonna go into fucking private servers. Let's fucking get it. That's what we're gonna do with all the Vcara devs that we have. We turn them into private server makers, and then we promote the shit out of it. What is Blizzard gonna do? We have no Americans. We all move to Russia. Fuck it. Let's go.
To it. So, the actual statement they put out says that their, quote, development agreement is, quote, permanently discontinued. Now, that is a very specific sort of language. Essentially, it seems they're distancing themselves from the Unreal Azeroth team, or the people doing this work. Now, not long after, they also changed their domain name, and without warning, they moved from turtlewow.org to turtlecraft.gg. And that actually gave us the answer to what's going on here.
What is it?
Basically, Blizzard has them on the run, and specifically, Discovery is what has them on the run. And by Discovery, I don't mean the science, history, ghosts, and aliens people. No, I mean that part of the law, the process of legally obtaining evidence. This basically means bank statements, emails, that kind of thing. Just anything that could be relevant, right? So, in October, Blizzard's lawyers contacted every company they could, anyone that they could target as a part of their big case. And very importantly for today, that includes Epic Games. They're the makers of Unreal Engine, and it also includes Namecheap, who are the bunch that Turtle purchased their domain with. Now, that allowed Blizzard to find out more stuff about the people involved. As an example, like the domain owner in Kazakhstan, and the owner of FFXIV, which is one of Turtle's shell companies. And this document, by the way, was filed the very same day as Turtle's announcement. So if you ask me, I think this is likely the real answer. The discovery process is finding people, and I think they are scrambling to get themselves out of the blast zone of all that stuff. So in the end, I think Blizzard's lawsuit has had the effect that they wanted. Turtle is on the run. I think what we're seeing here is basically evidence of that, as they are trying to clean things up so that, for them, hopefully, less is found in Discovery that would be a bad look. Or perhaps more than a bad look. For now, though, there's no...
These zones look pretty nice, so I must say,
back to the actual existing private server, but this is just the beginning of the legal process. So expect more major stuff here, but to end, in their plea to Blizzard, they said, Turtle WoW is here to stay. We will have to see how well that statement will age. The next year may look a bit grim for...
They're not real. No, those are real zones. They actually do make those zones. The whole Unreal Engine thing is an experimental stuff, but the private servers do actually have custom zones, custom bosses, dungeons. I have a friend that actually did work for private servers and also plays it a lot. Yeah, I even saw a video. They were like hundreds of people trying to fight a world boss, kind of like the blood event in Stranglethorn Vale. There was like an event like that. He's now a hunted man. Yeah. These ones look great.
Turtle, but seemingly it looks kind of good for Blizzard. So here's the deal, right? Johanna Fares is someone who's been pretty much behind the camera most of the time. I wouldn't be surprised if many of you didn't even know who she is, but basically she has been Blizzard's president for about 2 years now, though she's very low-key about it. But largely we don't have a sense of her because we've not really seen her at BlizzCon.
Yeah, it feels like she is not really a gamer, but I don't know, what acts like one? That's what I feel like.
Obviously, there hasn't been a BlizzCon since she started the job, and there will be one in 2026. So to build up that public profile, she's done some interviews in the kind of Christmas roundup period that lots of outlets do. But before any of that, I need to draw your attention to one Reddit comment. So, Jason Schreier historically has been tearing Blizzard apart at just about every opportunity. I don't think that's because of some irrational hatred of Blizzard, it's, well, been reporting on the company's many foibles and sins over the last many years. So, that's where Jason's coming from. He's done a lot of stories in this company. He has a lot of sources in this company.
Who is this guy again?
Book
I
about
know
Blizzard,
him, but...
Blizzard's history that was, very much the things that would be left out of maybe the official company history. So, with that context in mind, what he had to share about Johanna was actually quite a shock, because apparently she's a good president. A Reddit comment claimed that Blizzard staff actually like her. Jason then confirmed that, and in some ways she's been an anti-Kotick, as in Bobby Kotick, where she's reportedly undone some of his initiatives. Now, from what we understand, she's fairly...
I mean, guys, I don't want to say it, but I think it's not that hard to be better than Bobby Kotick, no? Like, is this what we need to be called good? I feel like I guess we're all great fucking people in the chat, boys. Nice job, everyone. We should love each other, dude.
Corporate, so we probably won't see her make, jabs at players like J. Allen Brack did. I'd say she's well media trained. I think that does come across.
She didn't try to kill someone. Woo! She's the best, dude. And also she's very corporate, but competent and has done some work to roll back some very disliked initiatives of that Kotick Institute, which has been a breath of fresh air after suffering through incompetent fuck-ups like Mike Ibarra. Oh shit. Shots fired at Mike Ibarra, though. Yeah, Mike Ibarra was acting a lot more, and is still acting like a lot more. I mean, he was playing WoW. I think he's still playing WoW, potentially, like regularly. That guy was an actual gamer, but I don't know if he was doing anything. In comparison to Farius, like, I have no idea who she is. Just completely in the background. Throws out a tweet every now and then saying like, oh, really hyped for World of Warcraft next year. Or the future looks amazing. I don't know, something like this, and I have no idea. Mike Javara, wait, did I say that? Is that Gingy? Dude, I don't know. Mike Jabara. That's a little bit suspicious. That's a bit too similar.
Some interviews because there's a lot of corporate jargon that doesn't really mean that much, but apparently there's a really big difference, maybe between her and Jay, and that is that by these reports, she's actually competent, which must be quite nice if you're working there. So, in an interview with Jason, let's get on to the meat of things then, she went over...
Oh, Jason Schreier is the... not news reporter, but he writes articles on people. Now I remember who he is.
Some of what she's changed over the last few years. First, there's the new partnership with NetEase. That's a fairly obvious one, and it was actually one of her priorities. And of course, with that happening, she's now got millions more players somehow being involved with Blizzard's pockets. Via the intermediary, of course, of NetEase. Now, the other big initiative that she's had, to put it bluntly, has been keeping employees sane. Or basically, since her arrival, they've been internally transparent about how well games are doing financially. And they do this very regularly, and that means that staff pretty much always know what their bonuses are going to look like and where that bonus is going to come from. So basically, people kind of understanding why things are happening, which is often good for morale. And I think on that topic, there's another big change. Really huge one, and that is that the bonus pools are now company-wide. So basically, the Warcraft team would benefit if Diablo does well, and vice versa. That's actually really good. If one game is in between cycles, but another game has a really big release, then basically the bonus pool should be more smoothed out. And the reason why that's good is company retention rate. That's really important if you're a player of World of Warcraft, which you probably are if you're watching this video. Basically, talent walking out the door is often the thing that actually rots games the most. We only talk about, like, dev decisions because those are very easy things to, like, notice publicly, but there's just that silent brain drain.
I would think that sharing the bonuses is actually not that good, because yeah, like you said, sharing bonus pool with Overwatch 2, like there must be some projects that are just not doing that great. And I mean, I guess you're just getting it from the company. If the company does good, it's good. But maybe I would like separate the two, you know, like have a bonus for the company-wide bonuses and then have a separate bonus for the game that you are working on performing good. That would make a bit more sense, but might be a bit too complex as well. In general, I don't like bonuses to begin with. I like a fixed salary, bro. We've reduced bonuses at Echo and just increased the salary, and just it is so much simpler. I like it a lot more. In general, we rarely do bonuses. Only with like new hires where we don't know if they're going to be good or not. We might start low with the pay, and then if they overperform, we will give them a bonus. But Echo is much smaller than Blizzard, so I don't know. It's a very different league. It makes sense if devs don't have free choice where they work. Yeah, but still, I mean, you should, like, you getting rewarded for another group's work is nice, of course, like, doesn't matter, but your own work being shared when you feel like you did great, that you have to share it with the whole company, is not that nice. What's tips from the company for good work? Yeah, they're even tipping their own employees. That's crazy.
That is the real killer of teams over years upon years. So this being fixed up is definitely good, and historically, this bonus stuff was one of the worst problems at Blizzard, where people would crunch their ass for a few months on a real low salary, all because there would be a promise of a bonus, but then that bonus may never really appear. Ultimately,
that's
people
a
would
trick.
often
Okay. I guess maybe in like American culture, this is fine as well. And I mean, we do that as well, right? We pay new people low and then we give them a bonus if they perform good. And I guess sometimes you can get people for low because they expect to get a good bonus later on, but then they don't, and then they quit the company, which is shit. But yeah, I don't know what, like, it might be more acceptable, this kind of thing in American culture. I don't know. There isn't a bonus, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it can happen, right? Yeah. It goes just like Blizzard. Yeah, basically, yeah. But same size company, roughly. Yeah, maybe. Plus minus $1 million, $50 million, I don't know, $20 billion, something like that.
Don't really know why they didn't end up getting a bonus, and then management basically say, hey, good times are just around the corner, you know, hold on another year and then there'll be a big bonus. And for years upon years, that kind of worked. But then Blizzard's reputation went down, and people in that local area started paying a hell of a lot of more money. Essentially, a lot of Blizzard's best talent just got poached by Riot. Obviously not just Riot, but you get the picture, and they tended to be the people offering the most money. Now, I don't want to bore you with more technical production detail things, but this will actually matter to the game that we're getting, so here's the takeaway on the actual how games are getting made front from these interviews. And that is that, allegedly, Blizzard is genuinely changing. Overall, what that means is WoW is making more content faster with fewer slip-ups. I'd certainly have a few little foibles about that. Diablo 4 is about to release a second expansion. That's something that Diablo 3 never managed.
I wish they would abandon Diablo 4, bro, and give us Diablo 5 and make it less, I don't know, about the art and immersion of living in a cruel world, and a lot more about just fun and gaming, and more like Diablo 3. I don't know. I don't like Diablo 4. It makes me so sad that it exists. Because I want a good Diablo game for myself, you know, not Diablo 4. It feels like more like Diablo Immortal and some good solo gameplay game. I don't know.
If you don't remember, that's because Blizzard management panicked about sales, and they shifted gears purely out of fear, even though, well, in hindsight, everyone knows that was a mistake, that Reaper of Souls was a huge success, and that the panic over immediate Diablo 3 sales basically killed Blizzard's opportunity to do a good follow-up. Then obviously years later, Overwatch 2 PvE got cancelled because they just didn't have faith in how it was turning out. Obviously, that's a rug pull that devastated that game and its team. And basically the combination of all of this was that nobody really trusted Blizzard anymore. If we're to fast forward to the story of the current era, it is basically that I'm
surprised Overwatch still exists, honestly.
Moving forward, they're moving fast, and that even the...
I feel like no one is playing it, but I keep hearing about it.
Seemingly cursed Overwatch is kind of slowly clawing back support. Basically, it seems that Stadium and perks have given that game a little bit more of a lease of life. But basically, all these comms are about a Blizzard that seems secure enough to actually stick to their plans. To basically grind out until the game is good. I think what that means is that 2026 may not be perfect, but I think it will look a good bit better than things have in recent years. Though obviously, that is coming from a bunch of interviews with someone who is, by all accounts, really well regarded within the company, but obviously is media trained, right? So I am going to have to shake some salt over just about everything that I said there. Basically, I do see a lot of the change that's happened in the times that I've talked to Ian Hazakostas or Holly, and a few opportunities over the years. It's been interesting seeing updates on how they've changed the actual team structure and all of those things. But as much as that has given us good shit, obviously we've had a lot of QA issues when it comes to patches. And for as amazing as, say, player housing is, and I think it genuinely is amazing, I mean, they also did ship the new player experience with loads of foundational problems, which isn't the best way to finish off an expansion. So, I love all the vibes coming from these interviews with Joanna Faris, but I certainly would say the quality of delivery needs to be better than it was in 2025. Because even cool features like, say,
first brace for impact in midnight, bro.
Light's Radiance, or even the dreaded Awakening the Machine, they could have been cool if the seemingly intended overall design
This next race is gonna be an interesting one.
kind of made it into the game. But obviously, you look at Awakening the Machine, that was clearly cut from at least what data mining suggested it at one point could have been, and the likes of Flames Radiance were kind of written off by players because it was busted when it launched. We can't have that continuing, so for as good as all that stuff from Joanna is, I need to see the quality of delivery go up. And that brings me to our final thing. What does Blizzard's 2026 look like? Well, the big quote their president left was this: "The teams across Blizzard entirely as an organization are gearing up for what we hope to be the biggest year yet for Blizzard, and we take that statement very seriously." It's a bold claim. Let's work through it. We've got pre-patch for Midnight on January 20th. That's when a few combat add-ons will be breathing their last. And of course, whenever we get to see WoW's approachable combat. And that will forever change how you actually play the game. Now, 6 weeks after that, we'll actually be playing Midnight. The expansion will be out. That's fairly huge. And at least from what we've played of Alpha and Beta, it's an expansion that so far is a massive improvement in all of the groundwork that Blizzard laid with The War Within. It's not evolutionarily a completely different brand new thing, but it is a very big improvement. And it's a major help that it's actually based, not to be a bit too rude, but in a bit of the game that people actually give a shit about, and, with a bunch of characters that people actually give a shit about, as opposed to, random ass Earthen Island with a bunch of people in it. That stuff is better. So
I have no idea what the expansion is about.
I absolutely expect a lot of turbulence. After the expansion drops, expect patches basically 8 weeks as they have been through this expansion. But as for the rest of Blizzard, well, in late April, that's when we'll be getting Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred. Apparently Lilith is going to be back, which as a lover of deep history in the cradle of civilization, I'm very down on, given, Lilith. I think she was totally wasted in D4. But to keep it big picture, Joanna Faris said that Blizzard now aims for 2 major releases a year. So Midnight and Lord of Hatred should be Blizzard's big headliners. But there's quite clearly something else, because Faris called this Midnight and Lord of Hatred thing a kickstart to Blizzard's 2026. So let's think about other things then. We've got Diablo's 30th anniversary this year. There are hints that
Diablo
some
5,
sort of
bro.
surprise lined up. Some people hope it's a D1 remaster. Of course, after the success of Diablo 2 Resurrected, Maybe. It's also Overwatch's 10th anniversary, which genuinely shocks and despairs me, but hey, time sure does pass.
Starcraft is an interesting one. Yeah, I've been thinking about that recently, like RTS games. I don't know, why do you guys think RTS games kind of died out, guys? Like this was like the biggest hype back in the days, right? Like RTS was the thing. Why is it dead right now? Like, why is it just not good? Is it that it is like too hard to understand or too hard to get into, or what is it? Koreans got too good, no sense in playing. No monthly way of making money? What? Like there's no like boosting, or what do you mean? Is that what I mean? Young kids can't even focus on one unit. So it was a joke. I don't think it's necessarily a joke. I think when games become like the more of the same and there's not enough change, people will get too good at it and new players don't want to enter it because there's already too many good people. I think that's kind of what League is like right now. MOBAs took over, I guess, that kind of player. I don't know. I don't think MOBA is that kind of player. RTS is very different to MOBA, I would say. I mean, you do look from the top, and I guess, you know, Dota was in Warcraft 3, but like you're controlling so many different units, you know, it's very different feel and buildings and shit in RTS. When we played, we were the minority. Now there are so many options and so many casuals. Starcraft with good AI? I mean, good AI, like for the campaign or something? What has the advantage that they push changes very fast. Those were early top league players for StarCraft players. There's an interview 5 years ago, and the reason why Blizzard is not working with an RTS is because bad money income. Oh, like the game itself doesn't make good money. I guess there's like no skins to sell and shit like that. That's true. What do you sell to an RTS player? They do sell skins. Really? I feel like skins would be quite disruptive to the game, because like if you don't notice what a unit looks like or something, you might be like, what the fuck is this? And then you're dead in the meantime. I don't know. Uptime, micromanaging. Same in League. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it tells me in League as well, honestly. Yeah. I think with RTS games, the big thing also is custom maps. I think allowing that is already creating a lot of content. Maybe what they could do is like making custom maps either easier, but also maybe incentivizing it, like kind of like Roblox or something, you know, where you can create worlds maps and you can actually buy things there, and Blizzard gets the big commission. I think that could be a way how to bring that kind of game back, and then have the standard gameplay mode that is just RTS 1v1s. And maybe also just simplifying it a bit, because I think it's a bit complex. RTS. I don't know. I would love RTS to return. I would love to play it. But yeah, my issue is also that I think it's just too hard. Too complex. I don't think I would be good, you know? And the main reason StarCraft and Warcraft 3 shown a good light over RTS because their campaign was great. Did those games have ever good MMR system as well? Like, I always played like some scuffed version, like some hacked BattleNet version, and I never had proper rating or could see it properly. StarCraft 2 MMR was fine. The complex people are just afraid to play it because they think it is. Yeah, maybe something that teaches it to you as well better. I don't know. I would love these games to return somehow. Like Age of Empires as well, for example. Age of Empire 2 is big, lots of tournaments going on. There are lots of tournaments going on. I mean, when I say lots of tournaments, I don't think there's a lot. And I don't think they get a lot of views. I wouldn't call it big. like if you think of the game Age of Empires, it's something that almost every gamer has played in the world. Yeah, anyone who's like 30 plus must have played Age of Empires if they call themselves a gamer. And the fact that it's not bigger is a bit weird to me. I don't know what it is that makes this not grow to be bigger. The fact that it's 1v1. Yeah, maybe 1v1s are not that interesting. That's an interesting take. It is true that most games, I think games need to be simpler and more easy to understand from the outside for them to succeed, is what I want to say. But at the same time, you have World of Warcraft and nobody understands anything looking from the outside, and it still gets a shit ton of views during the Race of War First. I don't know. AoE and Command Conquer were so good, you have to grind your shit out of it. Too bad since you have to sell with the fourth one. Yeah, I played a lot of Red Alert 2 in the past. It was super fun. The thing is, those games, the campaign is also fun. I recently also played Age of Empires, the remastered one, and it was also fun. So enough to bring a lot of viewers back. I would say Age of Empires must be bigger than WoW, no? Surely Age of Empires is bigger. It must be, bro. On the esports side, I think either game has a proper esport. I'm talking about esports side, not in general. Wow, was it everywhere? Non-gamers knew about it back in the day. Same for Age of Empires. Maybe it's just bigger in Turkey. I don't know. Age of Empires is way bigger in Turkey than WoW, for example. StarCraft 2 had the biggest RTS tournaments, I think. I didn't see the value in continuing it. They must not sell. It's really great RTS. Yeah, I don't know. StarCraft 2 is, I feel like, more like chess a bit. Like compared to other games. Not compared to Age of Empires, will soon be featured in the game's campaign because they are ancient too. Average age must be like 35. Sorry, is still good and ongoing despite Blizzard dropping it. Still good and ongoing. I don't know. People, I don't think so. I mean, tell me of a good StarCraft 2 tournament that got like more than 10k views. Is that an actual thing? There's no way. The players might be good, but I don't think there's any tournament happening. Yeah, can't be here. EWC, yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, EWC did something with StarCraft. That's true. But I would not trust any EWC number personally. Like that shit is. If it's not rigged, I will. I don't know anything else, bro. Did you hear news scandal? I was stated that Microsoft and Steam tried to control Dota 2 and Counter-Strike players' minds by sending out sound waves in their heads. Ears when they're playing it, it influenced their moves on Psycho. Remember B3D sound 360 in Windows. What? There's no fucking way, bro. There's no way they're mic controlling Dota 2 and Counter-Strike players. It influences their moves and Psycho. I think those guys are just psychos themselves and they're just making up excuses. Especially Counter-Strike players. That's crazy copium. If that is a thing, they must be doing it with WoW players as well. I've seen some psychos.
Anyway, they could have something brewing there. But on the WoW side, Classic has been quiet for a while.
That would be cool though. If a company brought back RTS and did like a big investment into RTS, that would be cool. I would probably, honestly, I would probably not play. I mean, maybe I'll play it a little bit, but I would probably not spend a lot of time in it. I would probably not watch the tournaments that much. because I don't imagine it will be like good for me. But it would be. I would love to live in a world where RTS is good. You know, it's the same way with chess for me. Like I don't play chess, I don't watch chess, but I know it's there and it makes me happy. Do you have that sometimes? I have that with like RuneScape as well. I don't play RuneScape, but I like that it is there. With like WoW Classic, I don't know. Is it that genre because it has high entry level barrier? Yeah, maybe they can do things to fix that though. Change some of the rules, simplify some things, teach the players that are playing better. Add like some more steps of improvement, you know, instead of being thrown into the battle and just dying. Someone will say, but MOBAs don't scale into an RTS game. Like eventually it should become an RTS game. Also custom maps. I mean, you see like Dota was a custom map in an RTS game. So that's clearly RTS games, if like this custom maps have crazy potential, there literally can be a new game mode created that becomes as popular as League. It has been done before. Some kind of level is just gaming culture, chess, or maybe that's the feeling. Maybe, bro. Yeah, but I really like it that these things exist. Auto battlers were a custom map in Dota 2. I don't know what an auto battler is. What is that? Oh, this thing. I've never played this TFT and stuff. I've never played it. It didn't look very interesting to me. But I know a lot of people play. Jesus, they do the fighting. It does not sound good.
I would not expect a release, but I certainly do expect news, and when better to deliver that news than of course at BlizzCon. A grand return to BlizzCon will be their best chance to grab people's attention, and I think it will be humongous, like actually humongous. So obviously the Classic team's cooking something up. We literally know that it's Classic Plus, we just don't know what it looks like.
Yeah.
I think that'll obviously be talked about. I'd say we will also likely find out something about The Last Titan then. It's a distinct possibility, so that's a lot of announcements already. Maybe then a surprise Diablo 1. Hopefully something special for Overwatch. And there have been
Fuck Overwatch,
rumblings
bro.
of
Fuck Overwatch. Delete that shit.
StarCraft 2. We do know they've got at least one project going in the StarCraft universe, so maybe there'll be something there. And of course, by the time that this BlizzCon happens, which is uncharacteristically early in the year, it's September instead of November, but at about that time, we'll have our first major midnight patch. And generally by the end of an expansion's first major patch, at least with the news cycle of things, we do actually know where the story is going. So by that point, we'll probably know what the final big patch is, and that means that The Last Titan, I think, will be presentable for them. So,
Yeah.
seemingly quite a lot. Maybe 2026 is supposed to start with delivery, basically build up some credibility by actually delivering shit, and then towards the end of the year, basically say...
They also want to do the MDI tournament at BlizzCon, right? And AWC probably as well. The finals are going to be played at BlizzCon. September for BlizzCon. Holy shit, the summer is stacked. FAF in July. Gamescom in August. September for BlizzCon. Yeah. I think this BlizzCon will be good. Like I am like more excited for Classic Plus than for Last Titan as well. Although with add-ons gone, yeah, maybe Last Titan could be really interesting as well. I think the course of WoW is going to be determined with the second patch of Midnight. That will be very interesting. The first one is they're going to be scrambling and trying to figure shit out with no add-ons and whatever. I mean, no add-ons, meaning most add-ons are still working, but no crazy combat help. And if they are gonna find a way to plug to fix all the exploits that are possible still, and then second patch is like, what are they gonna do with it? Now they're gonna have it in their hands. What do they do? Are they gonna make it good, or are they gonna keep it mediocre? But if that does not look good, retail is, I don't know, it's going to be very sad for me. But Classic Plus, I would be quite interested in with their whole battle against Turtle WoW and stuff. It's clear they're planning something big, right? Midnight Season 1 in March and Season 2 in September. Also BlizzCon in September. I think Season 2 will be in October. Like early October, probably. Like right after BlizzCon, I think we're gonna get it. Probably like 2 weeks after BlizzCon, something like that. Again, you to watch 200 videos of this guy again. He did debate me, but I don't know, man. It's good stuff. Bellular. I feel like he's delivering more recently than in the past. Although it can be better, it's good.
Hey,
I think it's a good source to like get news from, get interesting news from. Like I got into the video, like I don't even know what I'm watching. Something changed at Blizzard, employees are talking, but it gave me interesting information.
Classic Plus, StarCraft, The Last Titan, and just do a bunch of things that'll be impressive to people. If that's what they pull
Yeah,
off,
they should do StarCraft 3, dude.
I think it could be a genuine...
Or even StarCraft 2, like remastered or something like that, and like with actual hype around it and content around it.
genuinely great year. I definitely don't think it will be a perfect
Oh, actually, Warcraft 4 would go hard as well.
year. No, I don't. There
I
will
prefer Warcraft over StarCraft. I don't know what you guys think, guys.
be friction. There will be turbulence. Just look at the number of bugs we tend to have with new patches and stuff. I think these things will get better, but I don't think 2026 will end with those systemic problems solved. Still, I think it is shaping up to be a genuinely great year for Blizzard, and that actually does feel really damn good to say. And to be ready for that, well, why not queue up our Midnight Class series? We've got the winners and losers of melee, DPS, range.
Oh, god damn it. StarCraft is already in RTS, kind of fade already. Warcraft 4 over StarCraft. You prefer StarCraft or Warcraft, Shelfo? Yeah, I was never a big StarCraft gamer. I played a lot of Warcraft. I played Warcraft 1, 2, 3, all of them. But StarCraft, I did not play that much. Only very little. StarCraft, but it's a MOBA. Yeah, they could do something like that as well. A new MOBA that is actually good could be interesting as well, because I think it's hard people to get into League because it has so many champions and everything, and people are very experienced already. With Heroes of the Storm, it was also interesting, but I didn't like the game that much. Like the whole mounting up and the events that were proccing and stuff. So maybe if they do it in a good way, who knows? Yeah, I could see something additional though in this BlizzCon that I think none of us is expecting. I don't know what it will be, but StarCraft looter shooter like Destiny. Yeah, I don't know. That could be quite interesting as well. Destiny is apparently inting more recently. I don't know. People don't like it. Let's make Heroes of the Storm or just copy one-to-one how League/Dota works. Yeah, something like that could also work. Heroes of Midnight Titan. What? FSPV in StarCraft Universe would go hard. I don't know much about the StarCraft universe, but I think in general, like Destiny is a really good game. But I also like, I must say, Destiny is really fucking good, but it also looks really hard to make. I don't know how they're making it that good. I can see them making World of Warcraft and stuff, but Destiny 2, the graphics and immersion and stuff, they look so good. I don't know. So soft Warhammer 40k. Destiny is goated, but the paying part of it just sucks. Interesting. I did not mind it that much. Which tank looks good in Midnight? It's Warrior. Thank you. Okay. His gameplay is dope, but everything else sucks. With Destiny? Yeah, that could be true. Yeah, the gameplay is good, but the systems around it not that good. Yeah, I agree with that take. But yeah, to me it was still a lot of fun. Ah, there's another Midnight video. Healing add-ons saved in Midnight Beta just 2 days ago. Are we slamming it, guys? I think so. I do need to know kind of about this as well, so I think we're slamming it. Destiny's a bad state. It has become very stale. Bungie takes zero risk with that game. I feel sad, bro. Can't trust this guy unless he's walking. That's also true. A little bit sus. I hope he starts walking soon. Ooh, he seems to be sitting out a whole video. That's crazy. He might get a heart attack. What, are you not used to this?
Come on, guys, it's Jack. I've got some good
Fuck
news
it, we're watching.
and some bad news and some good, possible, hopeful news when it comes to healer add-ons in Midnight. The good news is...
That's so weird. I think he has a really good microphone, but something is messed up with his audio, right?
And probably the biggest news is that Blizzard is caving on add-ons, and they're allowing add-ons to do more than the default UI does. And they've steadily been working on this by allowing certain buffs or certain tools to be tracked by add-ons. Kind of like we've seen like Maelstrom, for example, for enhanced shamans. People can build
Okay, they caved very little, to be fair.
out their resource bar with add-ons to
So
be able
far.
to take care of that, be able to better track it. There's been some posts about nameplate coloring and how you can adjust it. But the bad news is there has not been much on the way of healer add-on design. And that's what I'm really concerned about, because they've been
I don't think it's that shelf. I think it's some sort of microphone setting.
having a lot of like step-by-step, and it almost seems like the adjustments to allowing add-ons to do things require the raid frame add-on authors to be talking to Blizzard and advocating for, we need to be able to
This is the worst boss fight ever, by the way, guys. Voracious, it's like the stupidest thing.
do this. We need to be able to do that. And with Blizzard,
Like literally, in my whole time of raiding, like I don't know how many years it's been now since MOP. This is the worst boss fight I've seen. I think. I don't remember a worse one. Like maybe, you know, like later down in farm, like the HFC first boss or something, or like a boss that has like you have to wait for things to happen, and you're overgearing and killing everything, might be worse. But during progress, I think this is the worst stuff I've seen. What's wrong with it? I explained it in the last stream as well, but like basically there's like 2 minutes where you don't do anything. You're just dodging these rings.
finalizing a lot of their
And then when you need to do something, it's also a shit mechanic, so.
pre-patch plans. It looks like what's going to happen is our healer add-ons, our healer raid frames
Anyways,
are going
what
to
does
kind of
Jack talk
suck
about?
in pre-patch. But there's a chance, and this is my hopeful bit, there's a chance that they could actually be quite good for the expansion launch themselves. So what they've done is they've set up the 12.00 sort of PTR server.
I need to make my
That'll be what
UI
the
as well.
expansion is looking like when pre-patch hits on January 27th. We're going to have that for a month, and then Midnight, of course, is launching right afterwards, and 4 weeks later. And as a result, what's going to happen is once that 12.0.1 comes out, then the add-ons are going to have additional restrictions removed to be able to manipulate additional information. So what do we need to have for healers? Well, I've gotten to try Dander's frames on beta, and I got to do a lot of really good stuff to replicate what I have with Cell. By the way, speaking of Cell, they have confirmed that they're going to continue development, and they are going to be back for Midnight starting in January. So when they have some test runs of Cell, I'll definitely be making a video about that one. But back to Dander's frames. I have my profile in my Discord, just check in the description down below, and also you can like and subscribe while you're down there. If you want to get those profiles or any of the talent builds I've been running on beta, if you're playing, go crazy. Now, what they have with Dander's frames is the capability to do a lot of things I've gotten with Cell. I can move all my buffs to the bottom and I can sort of space them out, but I cannot blacklist, whitelist, reorder those buffs whatsoever. It's just the order in which it goes. It can either grow left, it can grow right, you know. You can
How is the order decided here? Let's see. Is it by spell ID or something like that? Here we have wild growth into reju, regrowth, and then this overgrowth or whatever. And here we have life bloom that is before wild growth. then the regrowth into again this. Okay. It looks like by spell name or ID or something.
You can set that, but you can't set the
Here also reju.
order of the HOTS otherwise. When it comes to an overshield bar, I can have that set up and that works just fine out of the box with Dander's frames. I can see how much additional absorb that they have without requiring
My old way of tracking absorbs and as a mana bar. Can I still do that? Actually, I think I can still do that, right? True. I'm sure I can have like a black bar over the thing. But maybe it will overlap with the buffs then. I don't know if I can move the buffs. All I can do, right? Hiding missing HP, you know. Yeah, no, definitely. This is way too crowded here. And it goes. I mean, I think if it grows this way, it's okay. But it can't go into the second row. That's crazy.
Missing any sort of health or anything like that. I can change the
Sure you can stylize it since you don't need the value.
Textures on both positive and negative heal absorb, so I don't have to do the Louis Vuitton absorb effect that we saw on beta so far. So that's a great positive. I can even move the externals sort of indicator.
It feels shit because I want to make my UI, but I don't want to invest into something that might change anyways. I think I might go with like the least effort UI into the first tier personally, because I don't need to compete obviously or anything. Like if I was a casual player, that's probably what I would do, and then I would make my more proper UI for the second tier.
We call it, that Blizzard has added, where they take the most powerful defensive that's currently on the target,
dancing
either
around?
a personal defensive or an external, and then they put
I
that into a one block.
That they don't have like a fixed position, you mean? Some people do use, I mean, okay, the second row is ridiculous, but some people do use this dynamic growth bar though. Oh my god, what? Why is he seeing stats buff on some of them? The fuck?
Position. Now, if they have additional blocks,
I guess that's when they're out of
those
combat.
get pushed down to your buff bar if they are applicable. And so what this will show you is like Iron Bark, Pain Sub, even personal defensives. Those all exist, but it's only a space for one. I was able to manipulate this and kind of move it off to the side because a big downside with Blizzard's version of it is you can't click through it. And so you have this big buff in the dead center of your frame. You can't click through it. It's pretty debilitating to even play with Blizzard's raid frames because of that specific reason. Additionally, you can move your debuffs into whichever corner that you like. The problem is you can't blacklist any debuffs. And so things like Warlock Gateway, Bloodlust, they show when you're out of combat, but you can't get rid of them for out of combat. So it's not a massive emergency, but it would be really nice if you could just choose to never show them whatsoever, or again, let the add-on sort of do those things. Another factor that's missing, so I mentioned before, being able to reorder your buffs and have control over which buffs you show, I think is super important. Being able to blacklist, whitelist debuffs, I think is super important. Being able to see targeted spells would also be really, really important. I think since you can look at your nameplates anyway to see the target, and they want the healers focusing on their raid frames, we should be able to have that option to see when somebody is targeted by a spell. Thankfully, they have been making some good adjustments to beta dungeons where a lot of those like bolts and like the bolt slop that you were hearing about before, there still is some. They haven't gotten rid of it entirely, but they've mixed in a lot of dungeons, in Mizara Caverns especially, when the bolts go off on people, they actually just put up a debuff and they put up a dot on somebody that you can dispel. And it's a really nice way to mix it up a little bit more. So if a kick does go off, you can stop the damage just by dispelling. So I hope they really continue with a lot more of that. And again, I hope that they continue allowing us to track specifically who is being cast on, who's having a lot of these things targeting them. A couple more niche things that I would like to see, but I don't personally use, would be being able to change the color of your raid frames based on a conditional. Basically, changing the color of your raid frames if you want to put up Atonement on a target or Rejuve on a target. I don't personally play this way, but I know a lot of people do, and it is a really nice convenience boost for those who do. I think even if you just limit it to like one ability that could change the color of your frames or something like that, if that's the restriction Blizzard needs to have, that I think would go a really long way. They do have some time to get these these things together. And I would say add-ons like Dander's frames, there's some more customization, different textures or text or something like that I'd like to add. Those will be added in time, and I'm not stressing about those. But I would say the add-ons are looking maybe like 60 or 70% of the way there in terms of giving us frames that can give us the information we need to make our decisions, to kind of drive the decision making for the healers that we really need to have. And I'm happy at least with the progress that we've had so far.
Back when I wanted to try healing when I was maining priest, I actually wanted to at some point reroll to a healer because we needed good healers. And the reason I didn't do it was I got so annoyed with raid frame add-ons. Like there was so many features that was lacking to me. And also at the same time, it was like the problem was so complex to solve that I was like sitting there thinking about my raid frames the whole time. Like I had not even played a single raid as a healer, basically, yeah. Like nothing competitive, but I was sitting there thinking about the raid frames because it's very important and it's very complex. And I basically quit even trying because it got too annoying for me. Like trying to fix my raid frames. I tried every raid frame add-on back then. Like, it was crazy. I was losing my mind, and everything was like a little bit off, a little bit not the way I wanted, or I wasn't sure of what I wanted as well in certain cases. So I was hoping with the raid frames now that they just put out, you would be like, yep, you just use this, and there's nothing you can do about it, and everybody's on the same even playing field. As soon as they allow customization here, it will get quite complex, I think. And I mean, there will be customization, right? Looking at how the community responded to things. So I don't know, raid frames, I think crazy complex thing. And you also notice it, like everybody has different raid frames, different styles. Some put it at the bottom, some to the left, some to the right. And the whole debuff spouse, do you want it growing? Do you want fixed positions? How do you show class colors? How do you show heal absorbs, normal absorbs, incoming heals? I don't know, bro. This thing is way too complex. Way too complex.
But a big concern I have is certainly the timeline, because Blizzard's coming back in January. That's going to be around the time where they get started and take in more feedback, and that's right when Cell is going to start getting developed. It's right when they have to make this sort of final push with pre-patch coming along. So I'm really worried about this sort of final stretch that we have coming up as the year gets started, and whether or not we're going to be able to get a couple of those additional features, because that's really what it boils down to with this add-on situation. Is the base UI is not able to give us the customization that we really are used to. I get that they got to prune some of those things back, sure, but at the same exact time, you don't want to have things so pruned down that it feels like your frames are awful. I really like how they had designed like the raid frames in games like Fellowship, where there's not crazy amounts of control that you have over those frames, but it's enough that you can actually see all of the information and be able to make your decisions very quickly based on the information they provide you. So I'm a lot less worried about the raid frames than I was before I used Dander's frames, and I'm sure Cell is going to have an update and it's going to look great. We're going to be able to have a lot of the features that we're used to, but I think that this is really, like I said, the home stretch for how can we get those last couple effects, because many healers, it doesn't feel like it's going to be that big of a deal. When I was doing raid testing as Disc, I was already used to looking for the atonement buff. And so everything else was kind of just fine, right? I just need to see atonement. Okay, they got atonement. Wonderful. But, I was playing like Druid. Playing Druid in raids. I was seeing some screenshots some friends sent to me. And it's just a mess when you have 20 players all stacked together using default frames. And like I mentioned before, that external buff thing in your face that you can't click through, so you have to navigate around it into an even smaller box, makes things insanely difficult to work with. When I was playing with Druid in Keys and getting to test the frames, I was able to make it so that your buffs are all getting spread out along the bottom instead of stacking up and kind of curling up, because I hit an issue where I had so many buffs when I let it kind of grow and kind of curl up that I couldn't see the top of the tank's health bar because all the buffs would just kind of clog in the way. So thankfully, add-ons can allow you just to space them out a lot better and distribute them a lot better. They can allow you to manipulate the colors, texture of what exists on Blizzard's default frames. So you have a lot of control that is available with add-ons, and I'm sure that we're going to see, you know, leaps and bounds of additional development come around, but those missing features, I think a lot of players are going to miss out on if Blizzard is not doing something. And so far, they really have not been making any sort of special allowances, it feels like, for healer raid frames. And I hope I'm wrong about that. And I hope that once they come back...
I don't even know how they show this stuff in, like, with add-ons right now. I don't know how Rest of Druids do it, because there's just way too many things to track. If they actually need to track all of that stuff, that's just way too hard, right?
From break, they start prioritizing this because, yeah, you know, pre-patch might suck for frames, but most of the time, people kind of give the allowance for like, oh, it's just pre-patch, especially if they know it's going to be fixed on midnight release. So I hope that's going to be the case. It may not be a blast playing right as the pre-patch hits and re-clearing Mana Forge Omega and missing a lot of information. But I'm very hopeful that once the new expansion comes around, they'll have time to see this and hopefully other feedback that you guys have in the comments as well.
Putting each hot in a specific corner. So you put like hot 1 here, hot 2 here, hot 3, hot 4. Is that how people do it?
Please leave it. Let me know if I'm missing anything else.
That's crazy.
I'm sure that this is more information we can kind of just funnel to them. But I think now is the time to really just like raise a lot of noise about what's going on with healer frames. And I hope that it gives them enough time to kind of get it done and get it into a good spot. So thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know if I missed any other pieces of raid frames that you'd like to have added into the mix before
this video
midnight.
added almost like nothing to me. I could have seen this image and I was kind of done. That was a fail. Healing add-ons saved in midnight beta. Okay, great. Jack, I'm disappointed. I mean, that's what happens when he sits down. He was clearly not on the treadmill on this one. When each other house video TLDR, we need better frames. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, are we going? Okay, I want to do the man. Now I'm out of juice to analyze the Sauercrowd stuff, but I think it's fine. I'll remotivate myself. Okay, today is 3 days after Christmas. It's a good day. I need to be motivated. Now we're gonna do the following. Okay, gotta go on Twitch. And my goat Mitashi. We're not gonna watch him. Don't worry. I'm gonna go here to Sauercrowd. Poh! What is happening, bro? This is day 2 only. Okay, this is more viewership than expected, honestly. Holy fuck. How big are these streamers? Now what we're gonna do. My goal is to figure out, is this event a good event or not? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check some of these. Oh, what? The first one already failed. Hands of Blood. Oh no, Hand of Blood. Okay. I wanna open like the. We're not gonna go. Let's go top 7 player. We go top 7 and then we're gonna look at the bottom as well. Damn, there's a lot of people they gathered. What the fuck? I didn't know it's this many people. And then we're gonna look at like some 200 viewer Andys as well and see how their stream is performing. And the comparison is between normal streamers, like their normal streams versus their Sauercrowd streams. Are these streams performing way better? Is this a zero-sum game potentially? Like nobody gained viewership, or some people did, but it's on the top end, and the bottom end lost viewership. Because that is something that happens with these big events typically. That the bottom people lose viewers, the top end gains viewers, and the people that organize the event typically. But let's see how it is. This is a hype spike. It doesn't matter. They will still have hype spikes later on when they enter the raid first time and stuff like that. So if this is good, it's still worth it. And they can always stop, right? They can just die and be like, yeah, I'm out actually. But actually when they die, they get even more viewership typically in hardcore content. But yeah, let's go with, actually let's see, we're gonna go probably to streams. But yeah, you can tell this motherfucker definitely gained viewership. Look at his previous streams. Oh, okay, he had some. Oh, he's popping off when he plays Minecraft. But still, overall, like 10k viewership Andy. And right now with WoW, he is blasting. Okay. And we go Papa Latte. Bro, what are these? Papa Platte. Oh my god. They all have like a trick in their name. Minecraft was also a big event. It's called Craft Attack. What did they do there? 27k. Today's 14k. No, it's already 25k already. Why is it showing less? Also, they're playing 15 hours, 16 hours a day, so they have a shit ton of good content as well. But actually, this guy was already getting good numbers. Like, his numbers did not change. Not that much. It's good. It's mainly that he has a lot of content and he clearly enjoys it playing it 15 hours a day, right? But he also had this Minecraft event, I guess. That was good. Minecraft and WoW in a single day is a wild ride. Let's see. He did play WoW here a little bit. Didn't get that much viewership. And then was like, fuck it, we're going to do Sauercrowd. And then he pops off. Okay. Metashi was sitting at like 5k viewers. He definitely gained a lot of viewership from this. Metashi 12. Yeah, he's all like 5k-ish, maybe 4.5 or something, but now he's completely popping off. I guess in the lead up to it, Sauercrowd 12-hour stream. Wait, oh, it's the announcement streams and stuff where he started getting viewership. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, he like tripled his viewership. Let's go with let's keep the tabs open. Tolkien. Salted Dane has increased by 1,500 to 2,000% or times, but he's their highest player on level 24. Which one is that? Nagura isn't it as well, or what? Nagura definitely gained viewership as well. I think Nagura might be acting like a door to the non-German audience that want to understand more about Sauercrowd as well. Because I think a lot of these people are streaming German only, and she's like not German only streamer. What is Sauercrowd window? I'm going to check that as well. First, success analysis, okay? Okay, like this guy, he actually lost viewership from this. He's actually... I mean, I don't know if you can say lost, but... Oh, no, never mind. He's sitting at 7k. Why is this showing it differently? I'm so confused. Level 21 start. Heute nochmal Death Mines. No, he's gaining viewership as well. I think because it's only day 2, the numbers are not there yet. Okay, we just look at Dalucard and Sun Glitters as well, and then we look at more bottom end. Dalucard. What the fuck? This guy streams every fucking day, bro. Bro, that's crazy. Like, this is a normal streamer, yeah? This is a bit hardcore. But then you have Dalucard. Holy shit. Boys, in 2021, this fucker streamed every day. He literally just took Christmas off, and then... No, he didn't even take Christmas off. He streamed on Christmas. That's crazy. That is crazy. But how is his viewership doing? Yeah, he got a big boost. Fucking, he fucking earned it, guys. If there's anyone who deserves a good viewership boost, it's Dalucard. I have determined, yeah? This is crazy. Man. My goat is grinding, dude. And then we have Sun Glitters. I don't know any of these people, by the way, except for Metashi. Sun Glitters. Oh wow, I've heard this name before. I thought this guy was bigger, but he definitely is blasting from this event. Okay, the top end is huge, for sure. Let's go. So very interesting. You have 200 members as well, by the way. Let's go into like a 200 viewer zone, like, because these guys, I mean, they might not be streamers at all, right? These guys would be interesting as well, but it might be more of the top end. So I'm gonna go like here in the mid, the pack in the middle. Let's go with Reval. Looks to be doing better, but these numbers are fake. I don't know why the average viewers is so different. Mr. More Game as well. Let's see, Mr. More Game. Like, I want to know, is this kind of event good for everyone or specific group of people, or, you know, because even if these guys state the same viewership, it's still a great opportunity for them to put their name out there. Not much changed for this guy. Maybe a small boost in viewership, but not much changed. Let's go Keklak. Seeing it 188. This guy lost viewership. Yeah. And then Serratus. They also have a rule for the event that the bigger streamers should raid the smaller streamers to push them a bit. That's a good one. That's very smart, because I think that is the issue similar as typically with these events. Like, look, this guy just lost like half his viewership, if not even more, because he's taking part in the event. And the funny thing is, like, he is advertising for the top end by doing this. That's what is kind of happening. It is also a bit weird because everyone is all live at the same time so much that the market is too saturated, but it is marketing in the end. This is the result I was expecting so far. Let's go with maybe a bit more higher up. Kevin TV. Okay. Kevin TV. Hello, CPTV. Hope you're having some nice holidays, sir. Hope everything's going great, and 2026 will be the best year of your life, CPTV. I can already feel it. Your return to Echo. The beginning of the end. The curse restarts. Neither of the are non-WoW streamers. That's why some of them lose a lot of viewers. No, of course, I understand. Yeah. That was already was something I was expecting, that they are not WoW players. So this guy actually gained viewership a little bit. He was popping off in League of Legends here for some reason, but this might be just a host or something as well. Yeah, look, my max viewer is 3K, 4K actually is a host. But overall, in WoW, he's this person was gaining viewership. Then X Showtime. Let's look at one last one. Showtime. And then we look at what Sauercrowd even is. Yeah, definitely lost viewership. A Roblox player and some variety player, it seems like. Getting 400 viewers. 500 viewers. So not quite average, actually. Maybe not. I don't know why he had so much viewers here. Also a bit more of a irregular streamer. It's hard to tell with those kind of guys. I'm gonna check one more. Hola die Waldfee. Hola die Waldfee. It's very good to be off work for 2 weeks. Thank you, man. I'm hoping for a much 2026. Hope you and your family are happy new year too. You can always add more zeros to a number and I can do whatever you want, big man. CPTV. You have to leave the capitalist ideas behind for 2026 if you want success. You need to find true joy in your life by just playing in Echo for free without extra pay. You need to stop being a prisoner of money. Yeah. Okay, bro, this Waldfee is a wild ride. Like, okay, this is a host. 380, but she's playing WoW, but here she's not playing WoW. 200, 300, 200, 300. And her real viewership is 270. Didn't really lose much. It's great to see that these people are not losing viewership when they're not playing a new game. That's always fun. Oh, Salty Dane. You're saying Salty Dane got a lot of thingies because he's the highest level right now, or she? Salty Dane. Let's check it as well. But yeah, if you're the... Oh yeah, Jesus. Also got a host, I think, yeah. Fractal Planet Play. I mean, he's also sponsored on everything with 30 viewers, bro. That's some crazy shit. It's so much easier to get sponsorships when you are a language-specific influencer, actually. Because a lot of the budgets the sponsors have, they are like localized. They have the certain regions they are covering. And when your audience is coming all from one region, that sponsor budget, it's way easier to invest that into that region, you know, because you get your value's worth. You get your money, whatever you spend the money for, you get it worth, because 100% of the viewers are, let's say, German, right? And you have the German budget. But when you're having viewers from all over the world, you need to get that global budget. And a lot of companies have split that up, which doesn't really make sense in today's world, because you don't stream to only German people a lot of times, or only X amount of people. But because this exists, it's a lot easier to get sponsorships. But that's still surprising. With 20 viewers, having a Fractal as a sponsor is wild. I don't know what Planet Play is. And here, Brandon technically to English this year, but for the event, he switched to German. That's crazy. Being an English streamer, getting Fractal sponsorship, and whatever Planet Play is, that's wild. I've not seen that before. You know, you get some viewers too yesterday. Yeah, Nagura seems to have gained a lot of viewers. We can check Nagura as well. Is that her Twitch? Yeah, you can see. But like I said, I think Nagura represents like a lot of retail people will go watch Nagura to see what's going on here, I think. It's time to brush up that not German. Nah, bro, I do not have time to play 15 hours a day, guys. Unfortunately. We need to do an Echo versus Liquid event in WoW Classic. And then after 3 days, we need to jump into Arena of Grubashi or something. Or just like full no rules, full pump. Okay. He usually does PoE content, but this game is 90% English words, and the guys he does are also English. That's why he tried to be full English streamer. How do you guys know? Why does everyone know this person in my stream? Like, we don't have that many people here, and he does not have a big audience. Like, 2 small audiences know each other somehow. I don't know what's going on. You have to call Max a poopy head first. Yeah, dude, I'm down to do all the pre-flame to hype the event up. That would be good. Let's grab Peyo. I think if we did an event with Echo versus Liquid, Peyo would be like a assassin that's like appearing and just killing off people from both teams, you know? Just a world PvPer. Neutral jungle monster. Yeah, he would probably like, you know, they like get the same transmog as like the cool Tiras mobs. Like he would lay traps for us. He would act like one of them, and then he would have like a crazy weapon enchanted and stuff and just come destroy us at like level 6. Or like he would like, I don't know, put a scorpion somewhere. It's like his hunter pet and he's Beastmaster. And you would think it's like a mob we need for a quest because he would name it the same and then he would kill us with that. That's the kind of shit Peyo would do. That's his role. Or like, or actually one thing could be also we get like Peyo and they get PS Hero or something, you know? And they will kill one person every day. Yeah, that would be content. WoW had a 200%. Yeah, it's, either way, it's a great thing for WoW. Like, this is actually crazy that Blizzard does not pay these people, right? It's kind of wild. I wish game publishers like made more such events. The potential of these is like clearly proven with OnlyFans, with Sauercrowd, with like OTAK was doing like these dual tournaments. Although I think maybe did Blizzard sponsor that? I don't think so. I think it was Starforge. There's PoE events happening with Ziran's Gauntlet. Although I don't know if PoE sponsors that. I don't think money-wise they do. I'm not sure. Peyo and Super Bully in one team. Yeah, that's also... Zerbo versus Peyo would be insane. That would be insane, bro. There are 4 full community guilds on the server it is. Oh, these are just streamers? There's also community people? Yeah, I guess how do I learn more about what Sauercrowd even is? What is Sauercrowd? It's a Dutch brand. What? The WoW event. Has its own song. Korean close. Don't feel embarrassing. Who's persuaded? To keep the project exciting, the person will have post special rules. All use and add-on features a proximity voice chat, meaning conversational voice chats with others are possible as soon as you come near them in the game world. Additionally, many usual hardcore rules are active. Besides permanent death, there are additional restrictions such as prohibiting trade with other characters and not accessing the auction house. If someone loses their character, they can, however, rejoin the event, but only with a new character. Although the longevity of the project is not yet guaranteed, there is a rough plan, at least until mid-January. The whole thing will be carried out with the goal of defeating Ragnaros in the Molten Core. It's actually not a difficult task, but if each character only has a single life, even the smallest say where the project goes off without a hinge remains to be seen. The chosen Anniversary Realm Soulseeker could buckle under the onslaught of many fans of streamers. In the last few days, there have already been going long waiting times when logging in, and there have been up to 12 layers of individual radius, all of which were packed, and this in return leads to lags and delays, exactly what you don't want in a game where every mistake can mean the end. Yeah, during the rehearsals for the event, there were a few funny incidents. For example, unintentionally reenacted an embarrassing incident involving the streamer price software. Yeah, I've seen this, where he's like yelling, I don't have mana or something, and his whole group dies in RFC. That was funny. I saw a TikTok, YouTube short thing on that. Check the official website you linked. Oh, Oh, is that, what is that? It's showing this? Oh shit.
Ah, hier müsste, warte.
Ja, ich glaube, da links wird es gleich sein. Aber
Guck mal, nein, hier ist auch, da vorne ist doch laut Milli. Oh nein! Okay, jetzt kann es brenzlig werden. Jetzt kann es brenzlig werden. Ich brauche Hilfe.
Hier nicht vergessen. Hier nicht vergessen. Rose.
Oh mein Gott.
Rose.
Ich heal mich, ich heal mich. Ich bin fast tot. Ich bin fast tot.
Why did she stop casting, bro? There's no way. She almost got the heal off.
Mach, lauf. Nein, Rose!
It feels so bad seeing people that are bad at WoW play WoW. It's the worst thing, dude. It's like you want to help them, you want to just take over the mouse and just not have this happen. Check out the Let's Tutorial and scroll on to Vanilli. It's too frustrating. Yeah, it actually makes, yeah, it's very frustrating, dude. Okay, I'm gonna check the Vanilli one because you said to check that. Which one? I guess. Is it the same one? Oh, it's gonna be a really frustrating one, right?
Ja, wenn sich da natürlich Leute dran erfreuen. Ich habe auch extra im Discord.
To be fair, if you die at level 4, it does not really matter.
Habe ich auch einen extra Channel gemacht, da könnt ihr euch dann zu den Sachen vom Event austauschen.
She's just talking about the event and it just dies.
Zusammen, falls ihr das selber spielen wollt, zusammen. Oder einen neuen HC-Run.
She dies to keep talking. Bro, she's level 2. Who cares at this point? Oh, there's also a level 11 one? No, she's level 11 now. Okay, so this tracks the performance. Okay. Shows all the deaths of the people. That's pretty cool, I must say. Metashi, Heno. Oh, are these like the teams? Or what is this? Oh, project trailers. I saw the Metashi one. So learn some quick German, top leaderboard. Here are the leaders. Okay, so this is. Oh. This is showing all the deaths. Calendar. Alliance versus Horde voting. Event start. Town hall meeting. Okay, that's not that crazy. Oh, the Rieger. Yeah, in German. Be respectful. Don't shit talk the event. If you don't like it, then talk about if you don't like something about the event, tell us to us or something. Avoid drama within each other. Figure out problems private, like real problems. Using the stream together functionality and also rating each other, I guess. Guild add-ons. You have to be streaming before logging in to play your character. Interesting. Clip this totals. Is there like a prize pool or anything like that? No, right? Oh, if you die, you have to clip your death. I see. And you post it in Discord so that they can put it on the website and stuff, I guess. Offline is. If you're longer than 3 days offline, you have to create an apology video. That's crazy. That is wild. As good from you can only play with people from the guild, and it's yeah, guild self-found. I guess we all know what that means. But you can trade within the guild. So AI was saying you can't. It's for solo self-found. It's guild self-found. Jubiläumsserver, so seeker, twingt als Nebencharakter sind verboten. Rested XP guideline or verboten. Okay. So you can't use Rested XP, but you can still use like an add-on telling you where to go. I guess they just wanted like more immersive and avoid people, incentivizing people to use this stuff. Das Volksspiel muss man ein Video dafür stellen. You die and you want to play a different race, you have to again create a video application for this. Okay. Yeah, they can apply punishments on people. Oh, and they have this live thing as well. Okay. It doesn't seem like it's like a crazy thorough event. It is cool that so many people are interested and joined this though. That's a lot of people. Because we want to know a guild so far. Just free content and collabs with other you never meet. It's a networking event though. Yeah, but still, I mean, I don't know. Like a lot of people just, you know, want to stay in their comfort zone, play the same game they play, and just, but I guess there's a lot of streamers out there. Especially the top end, convincing them as well. I don't know. I guess like OTK's, OTK, OnlyFans success maybe made it quite interesting to these people. There's also a counter event starting today called Uncrowd for small streamers. What is that? Wait. There is another project that is the same thing, starting at the same time with less people and less popular people. Oh, are these guys all Alliance or what? I guess so. But there's way less people in it, or what? Oh no, there's a lot of people. Holy fuck. Uncrowd is for smaller community streamers. Motherfucking hell, that's boys, that's what the, this is even more people. What do you mean? How many people is this? 356. There's 200 in Sauercrowd. 356 in this. Hot damn, dude. That's crazy. And all the rejects. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll be checking them out as well. See, some random guy has 20 followers. Okay. This sounds like people that just wanted to play the game, dude, and just were looking for a guild. This guy has no followers. 0. What about him? He's alive at least. 40 followers. Okay, these are not smaller streamers. These are just not streamers. Just people who stream now. There's also on Soul Seekers. I don't know what they are on. Oh, they are? It's the same rules. They just don't have the video applications for race changes and stuff like that. Interesting. Yeah. Like, this is the type of stuff that they need more of. Like, more orgs organizing cool events like this for people. So it's a random low viewer streamer after you're done. It's still good for WoW, I think. Yeah, it's definitely good for WoW, yeah. That means Classic Plus, they might join in as well, right? If this is good, if this performs good. Yeah, interesting stuff. That's a lot of viewers, bro. A lot of fucking viewers. Let's refresh. Yeah, still pumping.
Ah ja, Schneidergeselle.
Okay. We got this. All right, I think we do this video as well, and then that might be the end of the day, probably. We'll see. Final Fantasy about to change forever again. If the video is not interesting, I might cut it and then we do something else. Yeah, we again didn't do. But I guess it's fine. The mystical video where it's okay, I think. I'll go across the same with Final Fantasy 2. Yeah, let's see it. Apparently, like Yoshi P said something.
But I want to wrap up this year by posting maybe my final video for Final Fantasy 14 for this year. And I've not been very active. You folks probably know why. Not the biggest fan of the Dawn Trail expansion. 14 remains a franchise that I'm still invested in. I think just like anything in life, there's ups and downs. So I'm hopeful for what comes in 2026 or 2027, most likely 2027, I think, for the new expansion. I hear a lot of good things about 7.4 MSQs. I haven't checked that out, but I will in due course. But I want to comment on what Yoshi P said during an interview with the Korean media. And for some of you, this is already old news, but to me, it's very important news. And to quote Yoshi P in that interview, he said, Final Fantasy XIV is already facing towards the next 10 years. The fan festivals are planned, and a fairly big announcement is being prepared, with the determination that the game will be reborn for the second time, under the goal that the game will evolve into a cutting-edge service. We are rethinking everything from zero. Those are big words. And yes, haha, I know the meme about dropping a second moon, but rethinking everything from zero, reborn for the second time, those are the exact words being attributed to Yoshi P in the first place, who saved the game with a Realm Reborn. And honestly, I have heard a lot of chatter from my friends who some are playing 14, some are no longer playing 14, and it seems like it oscillates wildly between this kind of unbound optimism and existential dread. And I actually want to talk about my thoughts here. Some people think that Yoshi P is a PR genius. Like, he knows exactly what are the words to say to get people excited. Some people might say, yeah, that's just marketing talk. I will believe it when I see it. I, on the other hand, my personal opinion is that Yoshi P might know how to work the media, but he's not a person that is careless with his words. This is the same person who has spent years managing expectation very carefully, who told people to cancel their subscription during content droughts, who's been one of the most transparent directors in the game industry. So when he invokes a Realm Reborn comparison, he knows exactly what the phrase carries, and if he doesn't deliver to that phrase, to that expectation, he knows there'll be backlash. Because to me, a Realm Reborn isn't just an ordinary patch or expansion. It literally is symbolic of a complete demolition and reconstruction of a game that has become one of those things that in the video game industry people quote as a punchline, like, oh.
What do you guys think is the issue with Final Fantasy, though? I mean, I guess a lot of people did not like the story of Dawn Trail. I remember that. But to me, like, the things that I care about, I mean, probably the dungeons could have been better. With like the rewards for them were kind of bad, right? I think they could probably do more changes to keep things interesting. Not adding necessarily more classes, but just changing things up more, maybe. But I guess also, like, ultimately, I don't think there's much wrong with Final Fantasy. It's more, I think maybe if they just did like some good marketing every time there's a new patch coming out and stuff, I would probably get hyped and play it. I just don't see much of Final Fantasy once I stop playing it. That's the weird thing for me. Combat needs to be refined. I don't know, I enjoy the combat in Final Fantasy. I don't know. Why do you guys think the combat is bad? I think they need to change gearing, add something like a plus outside of raids. Have things like tier sets, legendaries. Yeah, I don't know. The game's certain limitations to fights. The combat advantage, the homogeneous drops are within the same role. Gearing is boring. Although we were hitting on 0.01 MSQ, while patch MSQ is better, and we got the most content that we ever did so far. Wait, so you think it's going good story-wise, Ellie, yeah? That's the one thing I have no idea about. So very from I guess become boring after a while. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they might they might just need to do some more changes. I like the simplicity of it, but yeah, it's the same thing every time, right? Like that is definitely something that's a bit that can get a bit boring. But honestly, I would still play it. I would still play it if I would be one reminded to play it. Like I didn't know there's a new tier until Shalfu told it to me, or Shalfu wrote it in the Discord. And two, I guess the people you play with, like that is a big issue as well. I don't like to play with complete strangers, so 3-boss dungeon with 4 pulls between bosses, 1 raid set, 1 crafting set, 1 tombstone set. I think that's boring. Also good measure, like 250k viewer gain on WoW since yesterday event start. Oh yeah, I know, definitely. WoW. I actually didn't check this though. That's interesting. Yeah. But I know the numbers went crazy up. Now for WoW, Sauercrowd is amazing. We need a Sauercrowd for Final Fantasy. Like people always, that's the interesting thing. Like the leveling is so different from WoW and Final Fantasy, right? With WoW, you have these hardcore people and stuff like that doing content. And I think everybody, a lot of people really like the leveling in WoW. And with Final Fantasy, it's a completely different way to enjoy that leveling process. It's just MSQ. It's like you're just playing a story. I don't know. It's a lot less about your actions in the game, especially with other people, but a lot more about, like, I feel like you're more just watching a movie every now and then that you interact with. 11 is more like WoW. Never played that. But I mean, a lot of people like that's the weird thing. A lot of people like this more, but I think it's more of like a single player game. And it's not something you can really repeat. Like that's the strength WoW has. With Final Fantasy, you play them as Q1s. I mean, what are you going to do again? Are you going to play it again? Like, really? Does anyone ever do that? And like, why, I guess? Whereas in WoW, I've leveled so many characters over my WoW lifetime. Like if I don't play WoW for a couple months, a couple of years, I will definitely be enjoying again leveling a new character. Leveling MSQ and job of 14. Okay, leveling the other jobs and dungeons. Yeah. Gameplay wise, but art wise, characters, it's like the Asian style games. I think you really get used to it. I don't know. I like the art style and everything. The start it feels a bit weird, but I think it's completely fine. And it's actually, I would say it's even better than WoW when you get used to it. I think the still MSQ skip is wild to me. Yeah, I mean, some people just don't like it, right? I think a lot of people probably don't like the MSQ. Eat ass on the regular. What the fuck? Most people I tried to get into, I just thought the questing in the MSQ was boring. Story and job scripts are on sale right now. Nice, nice. We do something gameplay wise. Yeah, I agree. Like the MSQ, it's. I don't think you're playing Final Fantasy. I think you're doing something else that you might be enjoying, but I don't know. Let's say every, but vast majority feels like an FMMO sells leveling script nowadays. Yeah, I mean, I guess classic WoW doesn't, right? Because they know, I mean, that game is mostly about the leveling. And Final Fantasy is about the MSQ, a lot of it. But once you are done with the MSQ, it has zero replayability. You have all the other content that is very replayable. That's really nice. But that's not what the game is famous for, I guess. And it's all mostly group gameplay that is interesting. I assume no plans for this tier Savage. I did write to the guys, let's see, but I have low expectations, let's say like that.
We're gonna make a comeback just like 14. The original 14 was so fundamentally broken that, Yoshi P's and Square Enix solution is to drop a moon on it and to start all over. And so when Yoshi P says reborn for the second time, he is literally making a direct comparison to the most dramatic turnaround in MMO history, maybe even in video game history. The big question that I think the 14 community has not decided on is whether he's being literal or he's speaking metaphorically. And I've seen this community
also, by the way, I don't think you could do Final Fantasy leveling the way WoW does it, because I think the combat, like entering combat, leaving it, entering new combat, I think it would feel weird the way Final Fantasy is played. It's a bit like slower paced, your cast, and I think it's made for longer combat, but not like 15 seconds, 20 seconds pulls, and then you go for the next mob. I don't think it's really made for that. It would feel weird to me playing that. Like when you do the MSQ, you just blast all cities the moment you see a mob, and then you go next, and like you will probably not see a mob for another 30 minutes. As long cutscenes and normal gameplay in between. So in front of you just click things and walk from A to B. That's why I hate deep dungeons, because it's like that. Yeah. They have to somehow, like, I think Final Fantasy has something that the other games doesn't have as well, though, is that you can do the old content so easily, and it's actually fun. Like doing the old ultimates, old savage raids. These are actually playable things. It doesn't even feel that bad to scale down and play. I think doing something around that would be quite nice. But yeah, I don't know what it could be.
Falls in various camps. The first group immediately assumes that this means massive engine level changes. The PS3 code, PS4 code legacy that has been blamed for everything from inventory limitations to server tick rates, the spaghetti codes that allegedly prevents glamour dresser expansions and housing improvements. These players in this camp, they've been waiting for years for someone to finally take a sledgehammer to the ancient 1.0 code.
I guess we changed game category to Final Fantasy.
Modern. The second camp of people then went straight to they are going to let people skip the MSQs kind of camp. And this interpretation comes from another quote in the same interview where Yoshida says, pertaining to the genre's accessibility problem, that he said he doesn't think it's right to have to invest hundreds of hours to enjoy a game. For a game where the main story quest is the primary content delivery vehicle, that's a very big statement. The third group of people, the cynics,
you can already
they will
skip
hear cutting edge service and they immediately think that live service monetization, battle passes, FOMO mechanics where you need to log in within that 2-hour window in the week, the slow transformation into something that extracts value from Final Fantasy XIV loyal players rather than delivering value. I think it's safe to say that Square Enix, if you have followed their recent financials, they talked a lot about completely, turning around the company, reimagining things. So I don't blame people who fall into this camp and they think about this. And then there's a fourth group of people who hear this news and immediately, they kind of laugh it off like, this is gonna drop another mood, haha. Which honestly, after Dawntrail, might not be the worst idea. But I do want to tug on the skipping of story kind of theory here, because this is a very interesting approach to me. 14 has a problem that gets worse every single expansion. The mandatory content between character creation and current endgame now represents hundreds of hours of playtime. And the community's standard response to new sprouts is that, hey, don't worry, it will get better after a Realm Reborn. Which is
wait, if you don't buy the MSQ skip, do you actually have to do the full story from level 1? The whole MSQ, you have to play through all of that. Oh, damn, that's a long time, actually. That's not even the worst. Worst part is the patches in between expansions. Yeah, you have to play those as well. That's crazy. I mean, you can only do the MSQ skip, right? Like, there's no other way. That's interesting, yeah. How would they fix that, though? They could do like a summarized game mode, I think. They would... Like Destiny 2 does that as well. When you come into a patch, they have like a summary of the events that happen and stuff like that. Maybe like a summary, like an MSQ summarization mode, and then you play the thing. It's way shorter. It still tells you what kind of happened, but it's a lot faster paced, a lot more summary than that, the details. I think that's could be a fix to that. So you still know the story, but you don't have to play that many hours. And it maybe still takes you a couple days, but 200, 300 hours of gameplay sounds ridiculous. I mean, you're basically forced to buy them a SKU skip if you... I think that is such a weird thing anyways. Like buying skipping gameplay is, I think, a horrible idea. The same thing with retail. I think it's ridiculous. You can buy level skips. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you need to buy a skip in the game, like the game is supposed to be the thing that you want to play. You pay money to skip that, that's wild. If you watch the cutscenes though, maybe you don't need to buy the game to play 300 hours. Well, it's 200, 300 if you watch the cutscenes. But I mean, yeah, if you don't watch the cutscenes, why are they there, right? I would rather have cutscenes that you're forced to watch, but it's like a summarization of events than cutscenes you skip all the time. I don't know why they lock endgame content behind MSQ in the first place. I mean, I guess it could also exist as like a completely parallel thing that you don't have to do. But then how do you level up, I guess? Just like doing dungeons and stuff as if it's your second character. I don't know. Can I buy job skills not for 14 but for IRL?
The first 40 hours before the game becomes what we are actually recommending. And honestly, it's a hard sell, and it's only getting harder.
You can get a job skill, it just costs a lot, IRL.
Gets better. There's more competition for your attention. There's Netflix. There's various things you can do, right? So the defenders of the current MSQ system would argue correctly that the story is the product. And 14 is not a game with a story attached. It's a story that happens to be delivered through the MMO lens.
It's weird. Like Final Fantasy is technically two different games. You have the story, and then you have the game. That's how I see it. Like, I have never played the story of Final Fantasy. I've only played the other game with dungeons and raids. So you can pay money to do that, but without money, I think a lot of people might get stuck on the story and they see this game and they're like, well, this is not I don't want to play a story, and then just quit and never get to the second part. if the story is that good, does it really need to be a requirement to play the other part? You know, maybe they should just be completely two separate things. What people don't get is the story cutscene is no repair problem, but how stretched it is and how much filler content in between. Yeah, that could be, if they do like a good summary of the content, I might actually play the MSQ myself, like the new MSQ. That could be a thing they do, because the MSQ in Final Fantasy is already quite interesting. And if they did a revamped MSQ, call it something new or something, I don't know, MSQ remastered or something, a lot of people might also come to check it out because they already know the MSQ is good. Now it's even like made it snappier, made it better, adjusted for, you know, TikTok trends, for our TikTok brains. Then a lot of people might start checking out the MSQ. But still, I don't know if it is a good idea to have it as a requirement to play the rest of the game. Like in WoW, the leveling teaches you how to play the game as well, quite a lot. In Final Fantasy, it does, but that whole thing can be much faster. You could learn Final Fantasy a lot faster. With WoW, you do need some time to learn everything. So maybe doing both revamping the MSQ and also separating it from the endgame content as a requirement, and creating like a different path to leveling up. Like think of if leveling up was way faster and you just could level, you know, spamming dungeons and raids and outward content, and then MSQ is completely separate of that. So you can get to like max level in 2 days of playing MSQ, of playing non-MSQ stuff. I mean, they kill when it comes to fight designs. Why not use that in MSQ more? Yeah, true. I do like it when they do fights in MSQ in Final Fantasy. That was always fun. But the cinematics and stuff is not it for me. I think we don't click spark items, talk to them, read nothing. Whenever I get the issue to play Final Fantasy and have to catch up on MSQ, I like the cutscenes, but the questing is horrible. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's something we would need to do, right? If we wanted to play the next Savage Tier as well. I forgot about that. Things around MSQ where you get dropped into endgame right away. What do you even do? Played the game for years and the MSQ all kind of bloat kept me going. Catch up for the current tier, clear once a week, run on limits the rest of the time. You suggest we'll kill the intention of MSQ entirely. It's the entire impact of moments. Skipped every non-voice cutscene, too much reading.
Skip the story and
let's see
you
what
essentially
Quasi
purchased
thinks.
a very expensive lobby for waiting in dungeon queues with no context why you're there. But the accessibility advocates here have a point too. Other MMOs have solved this problem without destroying their narrative. Guild Wars 2 let you start the current expansion and explore backwards. World of Warcraft offers chromie time for leveling through any expansion era. The insistence that every player must consume every piece of content in exact chronological order is a design choice, not a law of nature. Although I would agree. To me, if you miss out on Heaven's Ward, Shadowbringer, or Endwalker, these 3 arcs, if you miss out on them, you're missing out one of the best narrative experience you can have in a video game. But I'm also a realist. I understand that people might not want to go through that 40 hours of A Realm Reborn to get there. And now imagine after we launch 8.0 expansion, people need to go through Dawn Trail as well.
When is the new expansion planned, by the way?
Position, and probably the most likely outcome is something like a new starting point. Let players begin at a later expansion with some kind of narrative recap, although I shudder to let players drop in directly at Dawn Trail. But yeah, the point is a narrative recap while preserving the ability to experience earlier content through New Game Plus or similar systems. You don't need to delete the history, you just need to stop requiring it as a barrier of entry, and I suspect he will announce something similar at FanFest. Now then I want to talk about the technical depth of Final Fantasy XIV. What a genuine rebirth would require from a technical standpoint. You see, 14 was built on foundations that predate the current console generation. The original game launched on PlayStation 3, and that platform is long abandoned. Codes doesn't just disappear because the hardware does. Systems designed around memory constraints of I think 2010 hardware are still running under the hood of 2025 content. And the glamour dresser limitation is the example that everyone points to. 400 slots in a game with thousands of equipment pieces in an MMO where fashion is the true endgame for a significant portion of the player base. The explanation has always been, oh, technical limitations, spaghetti code, server-side storage, the way gear data is structured. Whether that explanation is entirely...
I always forget the transmog is the endgame for some people. That's so crazy to me, bro. That is so wild to me, guys. But it's fine, I mean. You know, I respect it, but it still does not ever make it like be less confusing for me. You want to drip up for a raid as well, right? Not really, but yeah, like that's it's always interesting.
Accurate or partially convenient.
Same thing with achievements for me. They are not really real achievements.
That it is within reason to believe that it is technical debt. Housing is another obvious candidate. The lottery system, demolition timers, artificial scarcity, they create a secondary market that Square Enix will not rather acknowledge. These aren't unsolvable problems. They are problems that require more developmental resources than maybe Yoshi P is allocated to have in Square Enix. But maybe he has finally secured the budget. Maybe an actual second rebirth would mean addressing all these foundational problems. New netcode, new data structures, potentially a new engine. So that's really the nuclear option. This isn't something you announce for the next expansion. This is essentially a new game or new franchise. By the way, Yoshi P has hinted at working at another MMO before he retires. I'm not saying this is it, but this is probably more of a multi-year project that will require a period when new content development slows significantly. Does that sound familiar? But all these chatter though about the future, there's a very big hanging question. Maybe a bit of an uncomfortable question. Is Square Enix willing to invest in the future for Final Fantasy XIV? Then let's talk about Dawntrail. As we wrap up the year, we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Dawntrail has been one of the more divisive expansions in the game history. The criticism isn't just universal, it's also substantial. A main story quest that many players found exhausting. There's a reason why my Dawntrail recap for the MSQs is way shorter than the other expansions on this channel. You know, you have a protagonist that divides the community, mechanical additions that felt incremental rather than innovative, content patches that struggled to generate enthusiasm from 7.1 to 7.3, although I hear again 7.4 is really good in terms of the MSQs, and also the raid storyline. So when you
wasn't it also that people were expecting the ultimate to happen in 7.2 or something like that? When is it actually? It's like way later or something, right? Like they skipped an ultimate or something like that, right? Isn't that also a big bummer? I was going to 7.5, but it was supposed to be also in 7.2 is what people were expecting. I remember that talks. I actually remember like in my Twitch chat, people were saying like there's an ultimate soon. And I was getting like from my sources that there is no ultimate until like a long time. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, it turns out everybody was expecting it, but they were not getting it. I'm like, oh no, people are going to be so fucking sad, bro. And then they just brought up like an alliance raid or something. Like there was nothing big. 7.3, we'll move to 7.5, I see.
He talks about rethinking everything from
Hello,
zero.
Chusang.
He's doing it in the context of an expansion that has demonstrated the limits of the current formula. The standard template of 6 zones, 10 levels, predictable content cadence, safe narrative choices that may have reached the point of diminishing returns. So I hope when he says rethinking everything from zero, this is what he's referring to. Although credit where credit is due, the increased difficulty in Dawntrail's fight design is one of the few elements that have received very positive feedback, and I hear that a lot from the active raiders. Players responded well to content that demanded more from them from a combat standpoint. And I think that's something worth paying attention.
Well, of course, they made it fucking harder once we did our event and then we stopped doing them. This is the craziest thing, bro. We go into Final Fantasy, the first Savage event, the fastest one cleared in a long time. Then the Ultimate event, the fastest one cleared in a long time. Great. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Square Enix.
Because after years of accessibility first design kind of philosophy,
And now they make it
community
harder.
seems hungry for something that pushes back.
Great.
And I think we are seeing early promising signs of that. Then let's address what he mentioned about cutting edge service, what that could actually mean. In normal circumstances, this would be just like corporate speak, PR speak, right? It means nothing. Marketing language designed to sound impressive without committing to anything. But Yoshi P has historically been allergic to that kind of empty positioning, like I earlier explained. He's more likely to tell you what he's not going
That's
to
true,
do
Shalfu.
than to overpromise on
Actually, the biggest gain of the Final Fantasy event was getting Shalfu into the team.
what he will do. There's also important context from the same interview. When asked about the free-to-play model, I think Yoshi P explicitly stated that their subscription model is important to them. He mentioned the forums of all things as having a monthly upkeep cost. More significantly, he expressed concern about higher conflict arising from a larger community of free-to-play players versus the current model. This is not the answer of someone planning to gut the game and pivoting to gacha mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV. That's someone defending the current business model against the pressure that I would assume probably exists within Square Enix. Because the Square Enix executives may be above Yoshi P, they might want their live service gacha-driven future, but Yoshi P seems to be pushing back. That's my read at least. So the more optimistic interpretation of cutting-edge service simply means they want to modernize systems that they have fallen behind in. Quality of life improvements, technical upgrades, the kind of infrastructure work that other major MMOs have invested in while 14 continued operating on legacy systems. And there's the open world question. And this is something I've heard a lot from the 14 community. At least everyone is unified on. There's this desire for more meaningful open world content, and Yoshi P's comment about player engagement gives me a bit of hope. He talked about wanting players to have something to look forward to every time they log in. For the current game, that's largely defined by weekly lockouts, daily roulettes, patch-driven content. The open world zones, arguably one of the best zones in MMO history, because the art team never fails to deliver. Despite them being beautifully designed, they become ghost towns approximately like, I don't know, a month after the expansion. Recently, I've been seeing a lot of 14 creators play Guild Wars 2 as well. And when I lurk in their stream, it seems like there's these meta events that keeps people returning to the zones year after their release. And the game gives people reasons to be in the world rather than just being a passerby. And I think 14 tried to replicate
Everybody complimenting Guild Wars 2 recently.
with Fates, but the execution never really achieved the intended results. High-end Fates, the zone-wide chains, they do exist, but they are exceptions rather than the rule. So if rethinking everything from zero includes a fundamental reconsideration of how the open world functions, that will be one of the most impactful changes that they could make for Final Fantasy XIV. Not replacing dungeons and raids, but supplementing them with content that makes the world feel more alive. Then there's the question about timing, because I think we need to manage expectations here, right? The developmental cycle for major MMO expansions is measured in years, not months. And the plans for 8.0 I suspect is already locked in. The features, the zones, the story beats, they're all determined. And what Yoshi P is discussing would realistically maybe be introduced in, I think, the later 8.0 stuff, or maybe worst case scenario in 9.0. Of course, fingers crossed, he announces at the FanFest that 8.0 changes everything. Of course, fingers crossed, right? But there's a part of me that thinks that maybe he teases that at the FanFest for that to come in 9.0, which is depressing to think about because I'll be in my 40s when 9.0 is here. This is not just me being a cynic, it's just how I think their development cycle has always been given their resources in Final Fantasy XIV's team. Yoshi P's team...
Well, honestly, this is gonna sound super biased, but like I'm thinking all the time, what could Final Fantasy do, right? I don't think they should be like WoW, where they do like add like power progression throughout the patch or something like that, like what we've been criticizing with WoW, making the grind harder, or turbo boost or something like this. I don't think this is like Final Fantasy. I think the nice part of Final Fantasy is that you can jump in at any time, and we can literally gear up like within a week for the next Savage Raid, and we can compete in a decent amount, in a decent way, gear wise at least. I think they could do some complexity addition to, like, I don't know, like some system like talents or tier sets or a legendary item or something like that. But I don't think it should be like an endless grind where you log in and you need to grind something and progress your thing, and then it will take like years to do that if you come back to the game. I think Final Fantasy will become a game where you can I think Final Fantasy should be a game that where it's okay to go away between the patches and come back. I think that's completely fine as long as you come back. I think what's the problem is people go and then they don't come back. I don't think the problem is that they're not keeping the people on a leash. I feel it's great that we're not on a leash. I love it, the fact that I can come in and play the game whenever I want, and I can quit it whenever I want. The problem is they're not getting people back into the game. They become forgotten. And now this is going to sound super biased, but I think they should do bigger events where it doesn't necessarily mean they need to do like marketing with streams, like like an Echo, like a Race of War First type of thing. But there should be some more events happening, whether it's a PvP tournament, a dungeon tournament, some prizes for winners or something like that. It doesn't even have to be like, it doesn't need to be money, right? Like Destiny 2 is sending like belts to people who win. And maybe it needs to be in a controlled environment to prevent cheating. But some more hype and some more events. It can even be like, it doesn't even have to be around raids or like super competitive content. It can be about fucking climbing, some climbing puzzle or something like that. Just more action where clips are generated about, hype is generated about, people talk about it on socials and like, oh, this is happening this month in Final Fantasy. I think that's the thing that would keep getting people again back to the game whenever there's action happening, and also maybe join these tournaments or semi-tournaments or like events. It can be also other kind of events, right? It doesn't have to be even competitive. I think that's what would keep Final Fantasy alive the most, because I think the issue right now is you can quit the game at any point, you can join at any point. And because of that, you quit it. And when there's nothing to remind you that the game is ongoing and that there's something happening, something cool happening every now and then, you forget about it. You just play other games. Or you don't think of Final Fantasy. Like you got login queues for a month and they tried to scale the system up. People already gave up, which probably put them in a pit of money that we are seeing the past 2 expansions, while the game didn't really catch up anymore. Yeah, I don't know about the login queue problem. It can definitely kill the hype on things. Happened in WoW with some people I've seen in the past as well. But for me, the biggest issue is that I just forget it exists when I stop playing it, because I don't see anything about it out there. The DDoS thing going was embarrassing. Oh, it was a DDoS thing. Maybe there's a problem that Square is still a Japanese firm. Asia, it is normal, more about gacha than events. The events can have gacha aspects to it. I think it's fine. Like, this can be, for example, some games recently have been doing like puzzles, right? Final Fantasy can create some crazy puzzles that the community could solve, and if you solve it, you get some item or something like that. I don't know. It can also be like an RNG grind in something. I do see challenges though. No, there's endless challenges of Final Fantasy because there's so many content pieces we haven't done yet, right? Like old ultimates, old savages that I've never touched yet before. I do have content available to me in Final Fantasy. Even when I quit, I have content. I just get tired after some time, right? And then I take a break. But then I'll be honestly completely down to play it in 2 months' time. But I completely forget about it, that it exists. I don't see anything of Final Fantasy anywhere. Like it should be making some headlines, like, oh, this big thing happened in Final Fantasy. I'm like, oh shit, Final Fantasy is still alive, still kicking, oh yeah, I could do this in Final Fantasy still. Let me see if people are down. But this doesn't happen because I forget about it. So average players It doesn't look that bad looking at this. July it was popping off. Oh shit, when was this? Was that the beginning of the expansion? There's actually plenty of stuff to do, but people are not interested. Yeah, there's a shit ton of stuff to do. I think people undervalue marketing, like not necessarily like ads on billboards, right? But just things that show your game out there. Like the biggest thing was hardcore death clips, for example, in WoW. Like that was not a paid marketing by anyone. People just played hardcore. Clips became super interesting. People watched a lot. A lot of people more came into hardcore, and like and the cycle is beginning. Just some action is needed, and also things that will get the word out there for Final Fantasy. Like I said, like some cool puzzle event could be a thing. People trying to solve it, sitting down, creating groups of who will solve it first or something. I don't know. Like, yeah, just anything that will be hype. And then people will see that hype thing, but they're not going to come there just to do that hype thing. They will come and do all sorts of things in the game. It's just going to get the word Final Fantasy 14 out there into the world. I think that's what it needs. But let's see.
Cannot pivot on a dime because, well, for whatever reason, they don't have the biggest budgets. Again, I urge you to read their financials. So whatever second rebirth means, to me, this is a long-term vision, not an immediate transformation at 8.0. So the more immediate question is, what is 8.0 like? Is it more of the same formula with the quality improvements? Are they implementing the first step of this big change they're promising? The FanFest announcement will definitely clarify this. But I think it's important to
when is that FanFest announcement?
Expectations as fans of the franchise. And that's why I'm bringing this up. But I must say that the community trust in maybe statements like that have been kind of shaky recently. Because remember, like Island Sanctuary, this is a feature that was announced with tremendous fanfare. It was hyped as a major addition to the game, but people quietly abandoned it after a few patches. And I think even the dev team themselves, they realized they built something that couldn't sustain long-term engagement. And that experience taught players to be skeptical of very ambitious promises. And I don't blame players like that. Also things like, you know, the promise of significant job reworks that just ends up...
Also, by the way, even just like some simple improvements to the UI could also go really long way with newer players especially.
More of an adjustment. The gap between...
Like the whole teleporting around the zones and just the UI experience can be made so much better, bro. That would actually help a lot, I think.
Announcement language and what is delivered in reality has caused, I think, some disappointment in the past few years. And just to be realistic, every long-running game like Final Fantasy XIV that has existed for very long, be it whether you're talking about Street Fighter, talking about RuneScape, any long-running game that has developed a community like that has been burned enough times to kind of develop scar tissues. But it does mean that Yoshi P's second rebirth language carries additional weight. He's either setting up for something genuinely transformative, or he's setting expectations at a level that will cause backlash if it's unmet. Of course, I harbor hope that he can deliver. So here's my baseline expectation of what I think will happen. I believe there'll be some form of new player.
I'm encountering major blocks and I try to lead team on through the map. Teleport menu and 3 million side quests need to go. Yeah. I can imagine, Shalfa. This old ass code. How can code be that old that you can't just fix some simple stuff, bro? I don't know. That's sounds a bit sus. How old is it? Like, can they just not read it anymore?
Starting point option, not the deleting of old content, but
one thing they could do events about is also the whole tower climbs, by the way. Like, just get a bunch of streamers and throw them into the tower in Final Fantasy. Like, you know, I don't know what each of them is called anymore, but what is it, the deep dungeon is called or something? Yeah, like and then it's kind of like a hardcore event, right? Because they will die to different bosses, different mechanics and things like that. Maybe give some hints before each boss, so they don't instantly die to the first boss or something. With different classes, like that's an event right there, and I'm sure a lot of streamers would be down to play that. Yeah. And not just like the standard Final Fantasy guys, but maybe some people that don't know the game as much as well, and bringing their own audiences into the game. Just let me handle the marketing for Final Fantasy, bro. And we got some sick events coming up, and the players are gonna pop off.
An entirely alternative entry that lets people begin at a later part of the MSQs with the appropriate narrative background. So this addresses the accessibility concern without destroying what makes the game special for existing players. Secondly, I expect investment in glamour and housing systems, not because of technical breakthroughs, because the community pressure has become impossible to ignore. Whether this is more dresser slots, whether this is more glamour plates, whether it's more fundamental changes.
Is there anyone doing like transmog competitions, glamour competitions, or something like that in Final Fantasy, or even like housing competitions? Is there some content creator doing these kind of things?
Changes here. The third, I expect open world content to receive more focus. Eureka, Bostia, Shades Triangle, despite
Asmongold for glamour. When was the last Asmongold Final Fantasy 14 competition? That must have been like super long ago, no? They're inside the guilds. Community events before, sure. I wish we got more cinematics in game. Streamers are doing housing stuff.
Controversial receptions. They prove that players in 14 will engage in large-scale operation content if it's designed properly. So the challenge here is reiteration, not invention. Now fourth, I expect them to deliver on the new job design philosophy. I hope it trends towards the more engaging direction that Dawn Trail's fight design demonstrated. And if players respond positively to harder content, there's no reason why the job designs can't follow the same path. And what is not on my bingo list for, the FanFest is
Bro, jobs are already hard in Final Fantasy, you know? I mean, I guess if you think of Summoner, it's not that hard. But if you think of Black Mage, I would say it's hard. You don't think it's hard? Oh, Black Mage is also not hard. I'm just brain dead now. Holy moly. Really?
Complete engine rewrite, a free-to-play pivot, or the deletion of existing content. Those are two dramatic interpretations of a second rebirth, and they are also financially and logistically unrealistic for a game of this size. Now, before we close the year, one last thing. Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail was a reset. The developers said so, Yoshi P said so. After Endwalker concluding the Hydaelyn Zodiac saga, they explicitly positioned Dawn Trail as the start of something new, a fresh beginning, a chance to tell different types of stories, but it didn't land in the way they hoped. So the question now is also whether Yoshi P's second rebirth comments is an acknowledgement of that reality. Is this course correction? Is the team looking at the reception of Dawn Trail and recognizing their execution of this new beginning wasn't what the community wanted? Because if that's the case, then I'm actually really heartened. It means that they are listening. It means that the feedback, even the harsh feedback, is being processed and incorporated into planning. And that's the Yoshi P that saved 14 for the first time. Not someone who ignores criticism, but someone who takes it seriously and makes hard decisions in the game. Look, you and I have gone through Dawn Trail, and you probably know better to board the hype train before it's left the station. Every FanFest, there'll be big announcements, every expansion promises to be the best one yet. Marketing is marketing regardless of how genuine the people behind it might be. But I also know that Yoshi P has earned a degree of trust, honestly at least with me, that I feel like not many developers have achieved. When he says they're rethinking everything from zero, that's not nothing. When he invokes a Realm Reborn, he knows exactly the comparison he's making. And if he doesn't deliver, it's a disaster that they might not even be able to recover from. So the smart play, the smart thing to do, you and I, Warriors of Lights, is cautious optimism going into the new year. Acknowledge that meaningful change is apparently on the table. You also need to recognize that it won't happen overnight.
He's falling for the trap, I think.
Accountable to the expectations.
I also am not. I also lost some trust in Yoshi P. There were some comments in the recent years, and also like the actions, like the race offers we had when we were participating as Echo and stuff. I was kind of disappointed in it a little bit. So I don't know. I have low trust as well in Final Fantasy right now.
They're setting though, because if this is a second rebirth and they're genuinely willing to take the
Although, I mean, it is true also what he's saying. If they release another Dawn Trail, I think people are going to be not happy. Like, just alone the story, right? Like, I think it's actually a big thing, even if you don't play the story, because when everybody talks good about the game because of the story, that impacts even just people who don't give a fuck about the story, because they come to the game because they just hear so many good things about it. And if they did another, you know, bad expansion, let's say, or expansion where a lot of people dislike it, I think it might be really, really bad for them. I've been trusting the promise for 80 years and it never happened. Damn. Yeah. Ah, man. There's another thing about Yoshi P. I don't know, there was something I did not like. I don't know what it was. Maybe the whole thing with them not wanting to do a proper race event or something. I don't know. Although I did not have a conclusion answer to my proposal. But I feel like I will never get one. Did you do an arcading raid at all or are planning to? I only was there as an analyst for that one. It was fun being an analyst, though. At least with the War First Caliber team. I don't know if it would be fun if we did it as an Echo team and much slower progress. Which Frank video also I think which changed the story writer. Oh, is that what happened? They changed the story writer? And then Dawn Trail happened or what? That sounds not good.
risk necessary to mod.
Arcadian, like that area's music was really good. I love that one. For Dawn Trail, I see. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, she got promoted essentially, but doesn't ride directly anymore. Maybe she picks it up again now.
Modernize Final Fantasy XIV for the next decade, then that's worth getting it.
What has Blizzard told you behind the scenes? Why did not fully support the race? We did not even ask Blizzard for like a direct support of the race. What Blizzard could do is something like, I don't know, they create like for example Twitch drops, right? That's something they did in the past, like for Race of First channels only. That is something that they could do. They could do like a pet some sorts, like the charity pet they do, and then you can decide a portion of the money goes to a Race of First team that has a significant Race of First stream or something like that. They could do things like that, but yeah, I don't know. I think in the end, the best thing they can do for us is creating a good game, honestly. As long as they do that, I'm happy with Blizzard. If they do shit like Galavix, that's pretty bad. Just make the game good, and then we're happy. With Final Fantasy, it's honestly the same thing. If they did a thing that wasn't too easy for the Ultimate Race, for example, it would have been good enough. It's just they didn't do it, and even though I communicated from my side at least that it would be good if it was a bit longer and all of that. I don't know. It's just they're just shooting themselves into the foot, honestly. Like, it's really good marketing, and why would you make the shortest race ever when we are doing the biggest event ever for your race, like for your game? It's the stupidest thing. So what can you do? Why do you think they chose a Mythic Plus over rating? What Blizzard did to do like tournaments, you mean, and stuff? The issue with rating is we already have the channels and everything. They can't just take over Race Over First. Blizzard tried to take over Race Over First without paying a ridiculous amount to the teams. the teams would be okay. Maybe Method would be okay with it, but Liquid and Echo will not be happy easily. Probably even Method won't be, because they find a way to monetize those events. And also, it is way harder to control. You know, so way too many people. If they wanted to give a proper prize, it would need to be massive. I don't know. I think at this point it might even be that more teams having their own streams might be creating more value than a singular stream that has access to everything. So, like, what would Blizzard even add to this whole thing? There's nothing to add really from their side, and it would just cost them shit tons of money that they're getting it for free right now. They should just do things to support it. Add some Twitch drops, make the tiers long enough, do global release, and like I said, some pet or something like that people can purchase to support the race, to incentivize them. That would be great as well. Yeah. But yeah, Final Fantasy, I think it doesn't have to be the race or anything like that. It's just they just need more hype things happening. I feel like they're just releasing the game and just not doing anything with it.
Excited for. But just maybe not until we actually see what that means and what that looks like, and until the FanFest. Dalamud have failed once. It rebuilt an entire game into one of the most successful MMOs ever made. Whether or not that can happen twice remains to be seen, but I'll be watching. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
I don't expect a whole
Made.
Realm Reborn 2.0 or anything like that for Final Fantasy. I don't think anything like that will happen. I bet that either says Head Start or Strats copied, depending on which team gets for first. That's right. Now, Blizzard has it really easy to support the race if they wanted to. Like I said, some pet like that, maybe. I mean, if they would be down to include the team logos and stuff and things, that would be massive, like having an Echo flag or things like that. But I think they might not do it due to brand risk stuff. Like, as soon as an org does something bad, they're like, ooh, should we remove it from the game? You know, it's happened in Fortnite as well, that they remove people. If the XIV team had the drive it had for ARR, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in the first place. That's true, yeah. That is true. Sometimes things can change. You also had phases in WoW where it became very stale and then they suddenly blasted hard. But I'm not feeling it right now from Final Fantasy. As sad as it is. I'm honestly feeling it way more from Blizzard. With the whole add-on crackdown thing. I think that is... even if it is bad, right? Like, you can see they are really trying. They're trying to make something, some impact and some changes to make the game better. I don't feel that with Final Fantasy at all. I don't feel it with like Guild Wars and stuff either, honestly, but I know a bit too little for that. But it takes risks, and plus Dell Square does nothing. Yeah, we definitely, you have to take risks. I agree with that. Caesar Hole is in a weird spot right now. Literally time gated by Blizzard opening the gates way too many times. The boss is unkillable and they direct the race. Will never entertain Blizzard balancing live during a race. They did get a lot better at that though. Like we had very minimal balancing changes on Matterforge Omega, for example. what got nerfed? Soul Hunters got nerfed. And I think that's pretty much it. There was a hotfix on during Heroic on Nexus King. That's it, really. The previous race, it was mostly just Mugsy nerf. And I don't even remember anything else. When's the next WoW race? It's in March 17th. I love Blizzard not to have beta PTR. Yeah, that would be the thing that I would expect from Blizzard next if they want to take risks to make the game better. They did that in Sepulcher and it was fucking great, dude. It was the best tier. Those last 3 bosses were so much fun. Incredibly fun. That is the biggest support they could do for the race, just increasing the fun we have, and I think it's also more hype for everyone else in the game. That is one thing that Final Fantasy does great. Final Fantasy has a great foundation when it comes to raiding content. I don't know why they don't do more about it. Has there been a race in which the final boss was killed from the beginning in WoW? A race in which the final boss was killed from the beginning. You mean like as the first boss killed? You can't pull the final boss, or what do you mean? Has there ever been a race in which the final boss was killed from the beginning in WoW? No. Like day 1, immediately killing the last boss, I guess you mean. Well, Emerald Nightmare. Oh! Yeah, of course. Last year, Dimensius didn't get nerfed. Galvix also didn't get nerfed, but that was very easy, that boss. Queen Unstrike did get nerfed. Wait, was Queen Unstrike before Galvix? Am I in the wrong expansion right now? I don't know. But yeah, Dimensius definitely had no nerfs that I can remember. Yeah, they actually did not touch it at all. And it was pretty nice tuned as well. They were going to admit Galvix got a mechanic nixed last minute or something. I don't know. They didn't properly talk about Galvix ever. That is also such a weird thing with these companies. It's really tilting when they don't comment on things like that. Good thing about it is you can do the old race and it's not that different. Exactly. That's why it has like a great foundation. Maybe it would need like something like not a revamp of those raids, but like a reason to enter those raids. Like a month where there is some special additional reward if you clear that old raid. That could be cool. Maybe adding another transport piece to an old raid or something. So people are incentivized to go clear it. I love this for a while as well. Not trying to remember actually minute eye level scaling. Yeah. WoW doesn't really do anything with raids and stuff. Like that. They have like the mount farmers, the transmog farmers with old raids, but the challenge farmers is not something they do, because they also keep their players busy all the time playing M+ and the weekly farm raiding non-stop, so they don't really have the time to do any fun raids. It's pretty bad. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy has this great system, but they're not sending their players back into the old raids either. It's a bit weird. People looking for carrot. Yeah, I think a carrot is a good thing to have. Well, I wouldn't call it a carrot because it's not like an endless chase of something, but a reward is not necessarily a carrot. Like the carrot metaphor is more like the horse has it in front of it and you just keep chasing it, but you never get it really, right? At least that's how I imagine always, like chasing the carrot. But you can actually get it right? I think rewarding people is good. You are chasing literal carrots. Oh, there's carrots in the game you need to chase. That's interesting. The conversation is turning from metaphor to reality somehow in some way. It should be easy to implement that because we have LFR. Why not add scaling to that and make it a challenge queue? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, no, Blizzard can absolutely do it. They just don't do it. Like I said, I think they are like it's a different strategy. Yeah, they just have to keep people constantly busy. They don't want to give them the old raids and the challenge to grind. Instead, they want to give them just loot from dungeons and plus raiding. Sorry, because two from yeah. Okay, I was expecting something maybe different from Final Fantasy, but doesn't look like it. Doesn't show its age compared to more recent ones like Aeon 2. Aeon 2. What the hell? I don't see Final Fantasy 2 either. Final Fantasy 14 2.0 doesn't make sense either. I don't know. All the content they have already in the game. But yeah, I think we might get an MSQ summarization. And that's probably gonna be it. Mobile slop. Oh shit. Okay. This is kind of how to go back and do old content for rewards when you want it, but it's aimed more at a casual crowd with more easy content. You mean in WoW? Or you just one-shot everything? Also, do you think about the M plus system, you know, like doing plus 18s for max gear? Yeah, you'll definitely do plus 18s. It's the crests you skip is really good. Definitely want to do plus 18s. They should think way more broad to keep different random players engaged, but instead to cater only to certain areas of players of the game that could do so much more. Maybe don't greedy and hire more devs instead of firing them. I don't know which game we're talking about now, Final Fantasy or WoW, dude, because I think that could apply to both. Wow. Oh, yeah. Actually, by the way, with Final Fantasy, I think it's harder to keep the game alive the way it is right now than if it was more popular, because a lot of the content in MMORPGs is also the players themselves. And if the community isn't that big, if the game is popular, it's easy to keep it popular. If the game is like in the middle of the way and going down trends, it's really hard to keep it popular. So it's looking bad right now unless they do things. We'll come back after CPG school. So and then WoW is on a very good path. We should just look at WoW is doing right now. Yeah, I agree. People flame WoW a lot, but at least there's something to flame about, you know? It's not like some things are happening. Final Fantasy, I think people are just like, yeah, it's just dead. Unfortunately. But easier similar to Diablo season, I think. Couple expansion ago already. I mean, Final Fantasy is also more streamlined. But I think both games, like, you can't keep doing the same thing. Like, you can streamline for a couple tiers, a couple patches, but then you have to change stuff. NASCAR needs a wake-up call, yeah. Classic Plus will be WoW too. Yeah, Classic Plus, yeah, that's another thing. Like, even if WoW retail sucks, you know Classic Plus is happening in the background, so it's already like a big plus for Blizzard there. Final Fantasy doesn't have the whole classic gaming portion either. The casual community of FF14 is the biggest group. Most of them only care about the story, and the story was pretty bad. But the actual content that Dawn Trail has is very good. There were a few bumps, but otherwise it's in a good direction right now. Well, I don't know, man. The first years was not that good for me. But what happened after that, I don't know. I mean, 7.3 not having a Savage or an Ultimate, I think that is also pretty bad, personally. But now I don't know what will happen. My wife is telling me to check WhatsApp, but I'm gonna end the stream anyways, guys. Actually, maybe they're not home, and she will be like, "Keep streaming." You know, we're gone for the evening. Let me check quick, baby. Well, the fact chat, I can't find my phone. I have an idea. How can I find my phone? I'll play a song from Spotify, but on my phone I'll try that. And maybe I can hear it. No, I cannot do that actually. Doesn't show. How the fuck do I find my phone? Wait, I can ask my wife to call me. I remember where I had it. I will go BRB and search. I found it. Okay, I found the phone, guys. Was in the living room. Yeah, I'm gonna peace now, guys. And for Final Fantasy, we'll see if we play. Let's see. Low expectations, but man can try. And I guess see you guys next weekend. Make sure to apply to the jobs if you are interested in working at Echo. This is now the Final Fantasy viewers maybe, but if you're more interested in WoW, I would say. And that's it. Let me know if you do. Thank you. Yeah, I will. You might need your help, Billy. All right. Thank you for the stream. Bye-bye, chat.